Hello, Driller. How's it going? Welcome in. Good morning. Snorlax, welcome in. Good morning. Donnie, I have something very similar to dyslexia. Oh yeah, what's that? I can tell Snorlax. Oh my gosh. Savage. What's up, Snorlax? What did you figure out? What did you learn? Wow, that's wild. That is wild. Dyslexia is also writing letters backwards too, though. That is a part of dyslexia. Okay. So let me... I draw stuff backwards, basically. It might. I probably does because I suck at spelling and typing. But I somehow made the spelling bee. Weird. Drix, welcome in, welcome in. How's everybody doing today? I mean, Snorlax, how old were you in your spelling bee? I mean, not to be that guy, but you could have lost the spelling bee because you just lost. No, I'm not saying that it wasn't related to this at all. I'm just saying, you know, spelling bee is like that's an actual spelling competition. Oh, weird, very weird. How did your party go yesterday? Well, that's good. I'm glad that you had a good time. Weird. Super weird. Can I get well, we only got a couple of you in here, but could any of you by chance join the lobby and start screen sharing a game just so I can get the sizing down? Would anyone be okay with doing that real quick? Hey Murdoch, how you doing? How you doing today? Heyo, what's up, Goal? Zach, welcome back. Zach, are you gonna be streaming today, or are you gonna be off stream? Haven't been playing too much. I mean, that's fair. I haven't turned it on since I streamed. I figured for myself, I'm only going to do it when you guys are, like, when I'm doing it live. Still can't figure out Twitch though. Dude, that sucks. I have only gotten to Great Ball 2 and I haven't, like, I was almost at Great Ball 3 and then I stopped playing, I stopped streaming, and then I haven't turned it back on. Though funny enough, I think I was definitely onto something. One of the top decks that was in the tournament for Ursi Day it's only 2 cards different on a Gyarados deck than mine. And it was the only difference was that they're running 1 Palkia rather than 1 Palkia Origin Form with a red instead of 2, which I have 2 and no red. But I was thinking, like, how do I get a red in this? Because it helps with the ranges so much. And that's how it's being done. I have the Darkrai Giratina deck, but I don't like using it. It's just a slower pace, slower gameplay. I don't know, it doesn't... Okay, okay, you need to stop streaming unless you're gonna get it going for me to size. Oh, hello there. Okay, we gotta figure out if I can pop you out of screen so that we don't have the same issue as yesterday. Right.
For which I blame chat. Yep, I blame you.
Okay, we can pop out. All right, Snorlax, you're getting kicked out of streaming. How you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I am doing good. Let's get the volume cranked. People can hear you. I think I just turned off my game volume.
Maybe a little bit of both.
There we go. All right, we got sound there. Let's get the let's get you on screen.
Get me on screen. Well, then go live, Snorlax, if you fixed it.
Snorlax, you have not fixed it. I see what you're saying. No, you have not fixed it. Oh, maybe you barely fixed it.
It's fixed, but you need to take us off a stream.
All right, and then me.
And then you need to mute yourself.
Moved. There we go. And then we'll go back to. Do you want to just talk a bit, and we'll people in chat let us know if Mage is a good volume or if he needs to be cranked?
Yeah, what's up, trainers? Welcome to day 2 of Donnie's Coliseum Clash, where we have our wonderful top 8. Just me. This is not my official intro. This is just me talking to get sound. Chat, please tell me if you can hear me, so I can stop talking and carry on with the rest of our conversation of whatever we're doing. Aging chat. Snorlax, can you please mute yourself? Or I'm going to kick you out again. Thank you.
Good man.
Boop, 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 doop, doop. Can I get confirmation from either chat?
We hear you loud and clear from Carl.
Perfect. Thank you, Carl.
So anybody that is here for the tournament that is playing right now, just a quick little reminder that apparently there is no check-in. There's no check-in for day 2. It's just preset. So whatever it was.
So I have made a makeshift check-in. If you are playing today, can you go to the DCC and react to the message that I have, the last message in chat, which is from me. If you are playing today, can you go that says click on me. Click on this to check in.
Yeah. What Mage said. Yeah, no, it's okay, I have something kind of wild. And Mage, I want your opinion on it. So I made a short yesterday. And my short was essentially just saying that I think that the Charmander from the new set is a massive upgrade for Charizard decks.
With one minor exception, but yes. Why am I on every screen?
It's because it's just because he stopped streaming, or it just. There we go. Oh wait, now you're.
I'm everywhere and nowhere.
Okay, we need to.
And nowhere.
Okay, that was probably me. That was probably me.
And Snorlax, I need you to mute yourself again because I can hear myself. And Snorlax, I need you to mute yourself again because.
Sorry, you said that there was one exception to it's a big upgrade.
And that is those cheesy turn 1 wins against Execute.
Which is funny enough because that's what what's his name was saying. And
that's absolutely the only reason, and it's not even that good of a reason.
Yeah, well, you probably saw in the chat maybe yesterday, Lil Groon, or actually that's what Lil Groon had said on my video. He said, "What about like Execute?" And I was like, "I don't know. I don't feel like you match up against it." And his rebuttal to it was, But you actually do match up to it. And I said, well, if you'd been at the tournament today, you would have saw that nobody used Executor. So, but yeah, so that one minor situation. But it's funny because a lot of people have been being like, oh, is it that big of an upgrade? Like being like sarcastic. And I'm just like, honestly,
it's significant.
Like the math isn't 1-to-1. But if you think of the math of if you start with only one starter with the deck, with a Charizard or a Moltres, that means 50% of the time you start with Charmander. We are excluding the times when you get both, because I don't know how the math would work on that exactly. But like on times when you don't get both, that means 50% of the time you are in a better position than you were before, excluding execute. So
yeah, and like if you're not playing Stoke, and you're playing the regular Charizard, technically there's a line where you don't need Moltres. You go one onto Charmander, attack. Like this is if you're on the second, like you're going second.
Yeah.
You go one onto Charmander, two onto Charmeleon attack, three onto Charizard attack with Slash, probably kill the thing, bring the next thing forward, put an energy on it, and storm it, and probably win the match.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, I do just think it's, yeah, exactly. So there's a line even without Moltres. So I do think it's just comical, I guess, to say the least, that people don't wanna believe it's as good of an upgrade as it is.
Yeah, it's strong. It's strong. I like Charizard. I like Charizard's position right now in the meta as well. I've been having some fun with it in ranked.
So I just messed it up by turning off the stop streaming. How do I? Is there a way that I can like pop you out of a chat independently of everything else?
No, but
or is there a way that
no,
we can watch two streams
at
once?
You just end up popping out the entire lobby. Actually, that might work. If you pop out the entire lobby
and then go and join a different lobby for the battles.
No, because you only get one lobby.
Okay.
Is if you pop out the entire lobby, you'll get a full screen. So the person streaming will be big up top, and then I will be one little square next to you, and that does not change size whatsoever.
Unless somebody joins, then it changes.
Nope. No, not if you pop it out.
Because I've had you popped out this whole time.
It shouldn't.
I mean, granted, that time it just changed because I swapped the I turned off the stream.
Whatever. So if we have to make adjustments, it's no big deal. Not the end of the world.
Yeah, once we get rolling, it won't be as bad anyway. But yeah, no, I thought that was just a little bit of light fun, if you will, for starting
I like it. I like it.
And speaking of which, we have Lil Groon here. So Lil Groon, have you come to the light side, or do you still think it's worth it for the Executor? Anybody that is asking if it is too late to join the tournament, the answer is yes. It is too late to join the tournament because the tournament has already started. We are on top 8 of day 2. So anybody that is wondering, is it too late? It is. That does not mean it's too late forever. There will be another tournament for next month going on. Zyre, whoa, a wild mage. Yes, a wild mage has appeared.
I have appeared. Gasp.
Bro, I heard Ultra Ball tier is brutal. They get rid of the win streak, and you lose 7 points instead of 5. I mean, that just seems reasonable. Seems completely reasonable, Driller. It can't. The win streak can't go on forever.
It could. It could. Because ranked mode is just a giant hamster wheel.
Yeah, it could. Though is your, I, I think you had mentioned this in chat the other day about ranked. Anyone is theoretically capable of hitting Master Ball. It's just not
Enough
everybody
time.
will be capable of hitting high Master Ball.
Yes, correct. But based on rewards, if we're looking at just the bare base minimum rewards, um, everyone is going to want to be at least Master Ball by the end of the season.
Yeah. Yes. I have what, 90, 95 hourglasses?
So, yeah,
and
it's like,
and an emblem that says master. I will say that I do like the idea of where they've put the emblems, because it gives people a thing to shoot for, being like, I would like to hit that top 10,000. I like that.
yeah, I mean, we have that in nobody is grinding the game that much for Master Ball tier. You are so wrong, Driller. It's not even
I mean,
everyone will be everyone's making that push. That's the reason why they brought ranked into the equation.
yeah, like I get what Driller's saying, to the point of like, not everyone, like example, my wife, not huge into the PvP, but I told her, I was just like, honestly, do the AI matches, do a couple matches. If you can get to Pokeball 1 or 2, you're getting like 30-ish hourglasses for free for like 20 to 30 minutes of playing. So I do think that,
Yeah.
like, at the very minimum, and I think that, like, as time goes on and it does kind of naturally place people, it will be more motivating for people to be like, oh yeah, like, I should just push to Great Ball. It's actually not that hard to push to Great Ball. But I mean, most people will be capable, I think, all said and done. I mean, you guys have to remember, like, I don't know how many active users there are, but there's over 100 million downloads on Pokemon Pocket right now, which is chaos. 100 million downloads in this amount of time. So, even if we only have a million active players, we still have, you let that million active players get actually placed, and there will be situations where you go into Pokeball and you're not just fighting like the Dialga Arceus deck. It should level itself out slightly. That would be my thought. What do you think, Mage?
Daily, yeah. I mean, it's tough. It's tough to say. It's also going to be interesting to see how reset is going to occur, because sometimes if you're like Pokemon Unite, when you reset in Pokemon Unite, everyone and their mother is together, um, and the first few days are absolutely brutal because when everyone's together, you have the pros trying to play their way out with casuals, and the matchmaking is terrible. So it's going to be really interesting to see how reset happens, um, as to whether or not things level out and you're actually playing, randomness. Because like what we're experiencing right now is everyone is progressing together. We haven't really seen a whole lot of folk separate from the pack. You've got a few people who are already in Ultra Ball today. I would venture that there may be only a handful of masters in the world right now.
Yeah, and those people
If
have
they're
been like grinding it hard. Like I
literally playing it 24/7 because like
Yeah, I was
that's their
watching
job.
Godsley's stream and Ursi's stream, just based
Yeah,
on
because
like
Ursi's an
hours of
ultra.
comparison. They were in the same rank as me based on how long we've all played. So it's
Yeah.
not like it's pretty much at this point in time, it has more to do with how long you've been playing rather than how good you've been playing. Give or take
Yeah,
maybe one
no,
sub rank.
ranked up until Master Ball ranked up until Master Ball rank is a giant hamster wheel with a carrot baiting you into running in the wheel. That is the emblems and the hourglasses. And then once you get to master rank, that is where we start switching into more of a skill of like a test of skill to get into the upper ranks of rank is listed. Tons of people are master ball already. Yeah, because they're just sitting in the hamster wheel running.
Yeah, playing
I don't have that
lots.
time.
Carl,
I don't have that time.
are you
I have like
37
literally
master right now? Is that what you're saying? Carl is saying that he is 37 master.
the 37th ranked player in the world. That's awesome, legit. I don't have time for that. I have a full-time job. I have content to create that's not. Oh, there are 37 monsters right now.
Oh,
Yeah, that's not a ton. That's not a ton. That's a handful.
gotcha.
That's a
Okay, that
handful
makes more
in
sense.
my book. So, but yeah, like I said, once once you get to Master Ball and you're trying to make those pushes up to the upper echelons of the ranking, then you're talking with tests of skill. But all right now, it's a gotcha machine to keep you in the game, and it's working flawlessly right now.
Yeah, I was just saying before you came on that I can't be too far off because the deck I was playing on my ranked grind is only 2 cards off of the Gyarados deck that there is lots of with the decent win rate in Ursi Day. So I've obviously not too far off. The only difference, and to be fair, I kept on kind of thinking like, how do I get a red in this deck? And you get the red in by lowering
They
one
figured it
Pokemon.
out.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that was my thoughts with what deck was I looking at? I think it was the Rampardos Lucario deck that's in the top, that's in seventh place right now. I was like, I wanted, how are we handling Iono versus Pokecoms? And it's like, oh, we're just doing this. Boom. So not too many people will be ranking up each month. I think, we're severely underestimating nerds and their commitment to what they enjoy.
I have 16 match win streak from Great 4 to Ultra 1. And today, 8 win streak to get to Ultra 2. Nice. Not playing till next week now. Hopefully, the top players will be in Masters by then, so Ultra becomes easier. And then Zyre saying, agreed with that.
I love the
Gotta
nerds.
love the nerds.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and that's that for even for me. Like, I mean, I went on hard. The night it came on, I'd already streamed for 6 hours, and I was like, oh, I'll do another 4 hours just because like I don't want to play it not streaming, but I want to play it. So
Yeah.
for me, but like, yeah, I haven't touched it once this weekend, purely because of exactly that. I can grind it out day one, day two, and be on for 20 hours and probably get there, or I can do the long haul and just do it when I want to do it. That's kind of where I'm at. So it looks
Yeah, for
like
me, ranked has become the I want to play online. I'm not going to play randoms. I'm going to work towards getting some sort of thing, but you're very rarely going to find me actually sitting there and playing for hours and hours on end. I don't have the time for it.
yeah.
Maybe I'll get to Masters. It'll be a good test.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes for straight up, like, even saying for myself, I have a generic thumbnail for doing ranked, so it's like, if I don't have any planned or I haven't pulled the cards I want to play, it's an easy like, I just want to hop on stream, you know. Oh,
Yeah.
like, you're playing your Iron Man runs and you're like, I'm just gonna switch it up, just like something you can just throw on because
Yep.
I'm a long haul person. Get to where I want by mid season. There you go. There is not the first wave. I'm not a first wave push. Yeah. Hey, you know what? That makes sense there. Red changes the
Yeah.
game so much, says Driller and Earthling. Not too many people will be ranked up each month. Takes way too much time. Yeah, you're probably right. I think that people will probably. It does depend on how the reset works, but I do think that in general, some months, because of new sets or whatever the case is, will be better than other months.
No doubt.
So we are going to get started here real quick. Looks like we've had most people check in to your post. Bear with us, everybody that is listening. I don't know how many people are here from the tournament that are listening up on the stream. Like we said yesterday, this is our first time running a tournament, so bear with me. All I know is that I have to press a button in 3 minutes. That's all I know. I'm guessing same as yesterday. It will auto make a bracket or auto create the rest of the bracket from there. And we will get going. We had a request on one match to be delayed this morning, which is kind of completely fine. Possible for our battle with Bugcatcher Zach to be delayed, and me and Mage had talked about it yesterday. So essentially, and I'll say this all again once everybody's here. And I will actually, this time, I will type it into all of the individual chats. See, we've learned already. But we are going to cast one match from the winners and let the other match play. And then we will do one match from the losers and let the other match play. So the first set will be stagnant, and we'll get both of those going. And then after, from that point on, we will stream every single match on stream. So that is going to be the order of operations today. We're excited for a good day. We've got we've got a 2 out of 8 showing from people from the stream, which is great. Great for many reasons. Great because that means that we're getting some outside publicity. Means that we're getting people in that we were not expecting, that are finding us, finding the Discord, finding all of the content, everything about us. Which also means that in the future we can depend on more numbers, even if we don't get the numbers right away. Zyra, I woke up solely to watch this. Hey, well, good. That's a good reason to wake up, I think. But yeah, so we're just kind of edge of our seats. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, thanks again to everyone for dealing with yesterday. A little bit of chaos, but we've learned, and it's already going to be smoother for next time around. And we will be getting what day is it? The 30th? I feel like this is a 31 type of month. Yeah, it is. Tuesday, we will be doing an update on the events prize pool section on the Discord. So we will be able to take a look at how much prize pool funding we have for next month. And we will throw up a poll. Chances are we will be doing another tournament next month for the end of the month. And we will let you guys know how much prize pooling is left. And we'll let you guys decide on what you guys want the numbers to be. So it gives us a little bit more time. We'll have it set up for a little bit longer for the DCC 2. And the goal will be at this rate to keep going and be running one per month. So stay tuned for that. Dark Crow, good morning. Dark Crow, you missed the tournament yesterday. You fell asleep. It sounded like in the chat. You overslept and you missed it. I was telling people how excited we were to see you play, and then you didn't even show up. Oh, Mage, are you talking? Oh, no, you're not talking. I'm on a delay on my other stream. That's why. Sorry about that.
You just making noises for yourself?
Okay, so it says active bracket. It is 8 o'clock. I'm just going to click some buttons. Okay. It looks like something can happen now by the looks of it. So if we have everybody here, I'm going to start typing out a message. Hello, searching. I am here and ready. Okay. Please do not start. This match will be on stream. Could one of you enter the lobby on Discord and please to stream, please. Okay, so we've got lobby joining, and then we are going to send a message. This match can start. It will be off stream. And then the last two, we will send them a quick little boop. This match. We're getting there.
We are certainly getting there. Time to watch the stream. Ooh, I like that password. Makes me think about Oompa Loompas.
All right, there we go. Messages out the door. Let's get OBS set back up. Let's get that opened. Ooh, that's wildly big. Okay, that's better. So theoretically, if nobody else actually joins these, then I shouldn't have to resize this too often. Oh, there we go. All
Greens, right. Get out of here.
All we ask is that at this point in time, if you end up joining and making me resize it, just don't leave. Just stay. Don't leave the second you've already ruined it. You've already ruined it.
Don't come in. That's it. Don't come in. If you come in, I'm kicking you out.
Perfect. Mage is on kick out duty after this. All right. We are good to go. I will just get the...
Kicking out may actually equal kicking out the server. Just because I don't know what kick does. So choose wisely.
Yeah, you're here at your own risk. So it looks like our other winners match has communicated. They are either starting or about to start. And sorry, are we... yes, good to go. All right. I will say that the chatting system on Limitless is really good tool. All right. So we are on our winners right now of top 8, and this is going to be Dresden versus, is it Claudie or Claude? How do you say it, Mage?
I just keep calling it Claude.
Claude. There we
I'm
go.
I'm waiting for them. I'm waiting for them to correct us.
Claude is one of our regulars. It's all good, Strings. You're good. Claude is one of the regulars that plays a lot of different formats and is here kicking butt on the stream. He is one of our stream watchers. He is from Scandinavia, so he does have some crazy time change on us. And, he doesn't make it to every stream, but when he does, it is a treat.
Yes, it is.
just we'll spend a few seconds here getting this set up. And as Claude said, he is only the Pokeball tier because he does not have time for that grind.
I appreciate that. I'm in that same camp. Let's go. Looks like we got an opening Dialga versus Hitmonlee, which is a little awkward on the Hitmonlee side of things, having to have to deal with no bench from Dialga. And probably won't have a bench until late. Typically, the Dialga player is going to hold on to filling the bench until they are able to attack and take advantage of that energy. And then, as we see, energy past the turn. So back over to Drazen's side. Commits the Marshadow, gets that pumped up. We're going to punish the Dialga for attacking.
Bear with us, guys. As per always, we do see that between matches, I will have to resize everything. The Iono going off. The Iono is such a good card for sifting through the deck right now. Considering Chatot used to be like the big thing that needed to be done, Iono just is such a great way to dig, especially if you have any evolutions right now. So we're gonna, it is really just a lot of, I don't want to say a lot of the same, but the Metallic Turbo is essentially what you're just trying to get up as quickly as possible here. I am here, first time all the way from India. Welcome into the chat. So the development just keeps going on here. We've got Hitmonlee on the bench now, and now the stretch kicks can start to chip away at our Arceus. So, Mage, in all of your watching, we haven't seen the Ralts hit the field yet. How detrimental is it, especially against the Dialga Arceus, for the Ralts to essentially hit Gallade? Is it possible to still clutch out a win without getting that evolution fully done?
It's a lot harder. It's not impossible. You need a lot more things to go wrong on the Dialga side, but the hard part is that sure, the Marshadow might be able to retaliate and take out Arceus, but it ends up being that as we're seeing, we're stacking up energies on Dialga just to be able to drop a 100 bomb on the bench. Like, nothing outside of Gallade, everything else is under 100. So being able to, if you can weather the storm through a Marshadow Revenge, you can pretty much kiss the rest of your bench goodbye. So gonna need to see Gallade. It's not impossible, but it is very, very challenging.
Yeah, that was my instinct, is that it's every turn that goes by, my guess is that there's just a statistical setback that goes on that requires either mistakes to be made or things to just go massively wrong for the other player. And I think that's probably, to be fair, that's the decks we're playing in, and I don't imagine it would be too much different if it was a different deck, as long as it had a ramp factor to it, right? maybe with Manaphy you might be able to do the stretch kicks and affect that a lot, but as far as the Darkrai EX, it would be running into the same type of issues. So we do see the first point go to Claude here.
Yep.
And the marshmallow Marshadow going up, and it is going to be taking on a big revenge here.
Yeah, but thanks to that cape, it's not a knockout, and so Dialga's going to be able to drop the heavy impact in retaliation, unless there's some sort of Giovanni or something. It's not looking too favorable at this point, but we do see the Ralts, so anything can happen.
Yeah. Yeah, the Ralts being on the board is definitely a step in the right direction right here. So the ride going down, taking this Dialga EX down to 10 HP, and obviously the Rocky Helmet being placed on Marshadow definitely puts this into a lock situation.
Oh man, I was handling one of our loser matches. Isn't fully ready because there's a player missing. So I missed the whole Rocky Helmet. Now this is an interesting turn of events, to say the least. Buying those extra little minutes to try to put Gallade together.
But we do get the swap. And this is kind of where it goes down to, like, is it too little, too late? And, you know, just looking at the deck list, I'm not sure that there is anything that can come back from this point, but... And as I say that, I can't help but notice that I am missing their scoreboard up top.
Stretch kick comes to take Dialga out. Arceus will just fire off on this Hitmonlee, and we'll call it a match, or call it a game rather. It's only game.
Yeah, that will be game one, Claude.
Game one, Claude.
All right. Game two, everybody, it looks like, is mostly moving along on the tournament. We, if you are in the losers bracket and not with the Bugcatcher Zach game, if you are here, you can play your match or you can wait. It is no rush at this point in time. You do have a little bit of time, and your opponent has been informed. But you guys can play when you are ready to play. All right, so we are going to see turn one going to Claude here. And it is the Hitmonlee looking at the Arceus. Usually you do not want to be starting with the Arceus in this scenario. Actually, in any scenario. I can't think of a single scenario where you want Arceus in the active on turn one.
When you don't have anything else and you're facing a Hitmonlee. This is probably the perfect scenario.
It's the perfect worst case scenario. As in, it's one step below the worst case.
Correct.
But very, very different from last game is that we do see Ralts with its energy number one right off the bat.
Yes. Huge for the Gallade player.
And I feel like we talked about this statistic a while ago. I think somebody had done the math that a stage 2, it's like by turn 4 or 5, you have a 54% chance of having a stage 2 online. It's something like that, isn't? Do you recall hearing that stat?
Oh yeah, Hoagland's done the math for us, and it's roughly about that, I would say.
It's pretty much like by the time you have a Gyarados on the board with its energy, a stage 2 has like, or is it a stage 1? Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it was a stage 1 that had a 50% chance of being on the board.
Oh boy, you're testing me now.
Stay tuned. We'll get the math for next time.
Yeah. Well, it's either way.
No matter. Seeing a Kirlia up by Dread's second turn is a tough place to be. Tough place to be.
It certainly is.
All you can do is like just expect that a Glade is going to come out, or at the very least, now we're just counting down the turns.
Yeah. And look at this. Like Marshadow's already got an energy on it. So Revenge is a dish best served. Glade can come up if Glade exists and hit for a lot. This is a completely different story from game 1.
Yes. And here we go. We see the Glade come out right away here.
With the red, this should take care of it.
Yeah, this is a knockout.
If my math do be mathin'.
And the tough part about this is obviously it does wipe all the energies off the board.
Yep.
And that is going to be
Claude has no choice.
Yeah.
Claude's got no choice but to tap out. We're not going to get anything back up and running in the time that it takes to get the kill.
Nah, he should have put attached the energy to the Dialga. Next message. Never mind. Hey, you know what? We get there one way or another. Honestly, and even looking back at that, like, the situation, it's with the red, it really wouldn't have mattered. You put one energy back. Okay, then let's just say that you do have an Arceus that survives. It survives with 10 or 20 HP, and there's Hitmonlees everywhere. Like, we're kind of just, stalling one turn to potentially do a Metallic Turbo onto a Arceus that is dead in one hit anyway. Really.
Yeah. The correct line, I mean, the correct line was played by Claude. Leave the bench empty until you need it to not be empty.
Yeah. Driller, welcome back. We are on game 3 of winners. We are looking at 1-1. Drezen has won the last game. Claude with game number 1. We are looking at a Marshadow versus the Dialga EX. Marshadow, not the strongest opening, but definitely not the worst opening either.
No, and as long as we see this opening Ralts, as long as things keep progressing, it's a recipe kind of designed for. I mean, same as it was so good game 2. Why don't we try to do it again?
Yeah.
You're not really doing much of anything. Anyways. Your energy is going to be devoted to making sure Glade gets online on time, and so whether it's Marshadow, whether it's Hitmonlee, it honestly does not matter for the sake of the argument.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Obviously, we're seeing so many people with these big Pokemon that take double retreat costs. We're seeing a lot of people hold Pokemon in their hands right now too, right? You hold it until you can get that Metallic Turbo off or whatever the case may be. But now with Iono, and we know that there is an Iono in this match, that is something you do just have to consider also. Like, how long can you hold off without having that risk also?
It's interesting. So from the Dialga side, like, the priority is Dialga and Arceus. I don't really care about what the other two are. We want Dialga up to be able to put energy onto Arceus. After that, I just need any two to power up Arceus. So whether it's Iono or whether it's a red card or whatever, being able to put the hand back in and shuffle, you're really keeping the same odds to get at least the type of card back. Whether it's the exact same having 2 Shaman, if we get Iono'd, it might not be. It might be a Shaman and a Dialga. But the concept of getting both basics back, the math works pretty good. That like it's fine to just sit there, which is why you see Arceus sitting out there, and the Shamans are still in hand. Plus, with the increase of stall decks with Druddigon and Giratina and such, Sabrina is really powerful. So you almost don't want to commit these big double retreaters to the board, only to get Sabrina up to the front, and now you're kind of like stuck. So it is a weird tug of war.
Avoid from the beginning.
Yeah, so it's a weird tug of war. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's well said. Yeah, and like you said, like your chances of re-pulling it is just safer than getting Sabrina to begin with.
Yep.
It will be. I think it'll be interesting to see that as more. As Pokemon Pocket develops, we've been seeing more Stage 2 decks make waves more now than ever. Like, consistently. Yes, there was Charizard at the beginning, but Rampardos, like, we're actually seeing a little bit more variations with evolutions now. So I will say that I am very interested to see, as the road keeps going down, as more of them happen, how that could shift things going forward also.
And here is what I was worried about. Getting Gallade on board with Cyrus, thanks to the Hitmonlees, little chip damage, and boom, the plan that started to form quickly just disintegrated.
Yeah, and it's tough too, because okay, the Adamant gets played, so that's definitely gonna leave a little bit of sustainability here, but I mean, we can't just not talk about the fact that there is a Marshadow with an energy on the back line still.
Exactly, so it's just like, all right, get your 2 points from Gallade. Marshadow's ready to clean up and get this.
Yeah. It's so funny how it's like, it's kind of swapped. I remember people talking in the past that, one of the most important things was, you don't want to give up any points. Whereas, like, I'm at a point right now where I'm like, I'm totally happy to give up 2 points to get a win. Like, if me giving up 2 points is me guaranteeing a win, I do not need to do a clean sweep.
Yeah, I as the fighting deck Marshadow gamer, I need things to die to make Marshadow good. So I have no problem trading points with you.
So we do see an Arceus hit the board. We see a red hit the board. And yeah, I think it's just, a digestion here of what's happening. And there is 2 points to tie this up. Unfortunately, it looks like Marshadow is going to clean this up, and that will be the end of this game, seeing Drez move forward on the winning bracket.
Claude's not done today. This is the winner's bracket. So Claude gets to go take a little breather, revamp the strategy, and see what happens.
That's right. That's right. This is a double elimination of anyone that is new, whereas you'd be watching the Ursi Day. Just because you lose once today does not mean that you are done. For this whole tournament, and it's kind of a weird situation, right? Like, yes, you're not going to get to play 10 games like you would in a Swiss game, but also you once you're done your 2 losses, you're gone for the day. So oddly enough, this type of a tournament does kind of move along at a decent pace in the end. But like I said, that does not mean wait, what? Okay, perfect. We are going to now switch gears here to Bug Catcher Zach and Delrix. Are we both ready? Thank you so much for doing the casting on that. Real quick, I'm just gonna leave your face messed up on the board because as soon as we get somebody to, if I can get one of
We
them to
get
come
someone in
in,
that's going
then
to be
that will just
fine.
fix it.
Yep, absolutely. Double check in the communication with Limitless, but VR's opponent has not said anything in Discord. So once the Bugcatcher Zach match starts, if that player is not there, then VR will get the win out of the second losers match.
Yes, I'll drop a message.
So time's a ticking for that player, but at the same time, show's got to go on, right?
Yep, exactly.
Chat, I got a question.
Do we have a sorry? We're looking for Kazoo. Do you mind just adding him on Discord real quick?
I did at 212 and have not heard anything since.
Okay.
So, chat, I have a question for you, and I'll save my thoughts for later. But with the inclusion of Iono, do you think this season we will see more more stage 2 decks at the top than previous seasons? Do you think that that's finally the missing piece to really put a spot on the stage 2 meta? Would it finally be the missing piece that pulls it all together? We saw a small spike with Pokemon communication, and then this just kind of does its own thing. String thinks so. Also think so, if I'm just being perfectly honest. Actually, what's really interesting is I'm playing with a Beedrill list right now. No Pokeballs. Just Iono. And comms. Because Weedle pulls out the other.
You're playing with Iono and Pokeballs instead of what?
No Pokeballs. Zero Pokeballs.
Interesting.
Because Weedle pulls out the other Weedle.
Yes, that makes
sense. And if you're not playing any other basics, what's the point to having Pokeball?
There's no need to. You just opt to do that first attack, or in another scenario of you going first, you opt to say, do I need to get the second Weedle, or I have Kakuna in hand and the paralysis is better suitor for
infinitely better. Exactly. So it's really interesting to see one of the crowning jewels even has a gold card Pokeball not be used in a list with good reason. It's not just bad deck building.
Yeah, I think that I mean, there's definitely, I mean, and then obviously that adds in some healing potential. Like it adds more options for sure. Funny enough, Godsley posted a video about a new Beedrill deck, which is just a 6 Beedrill. And of course, one of his matches, he ends up getting like a clutch 1.5% paralysis. Like ends up getting like, it was like 6 heads in a row. It was wild.
Yeah, it's really fun playing with Kakuna. I've been ripping packs trying to find the missing. I'm missing the second shiny Beedrill to go full shiny in that
Yeah.
deck.
Hey, I ended up picking a Beedrill as my deck bonus. So yes, should I start? Yes, we are waiting for that. All right, we should have the screen sharing starting real quick here, and then we will size everything up and get everything back on the board. This is Bugcatcher Zach versus Deldrix. This is from the loser side. We got Bugcatcher Zach here, who's also from our community, Deldrix, which just found us for the tournament, which hopefully we see a lot of these players returning for more tournaments.
Yes. Absolutely.
And you know, it is kind of cool. We're seeing a lot of new faces kind of pop into the Discord. Obviously, it is for the tournament's sake, but that's okay too. You know, it's they'll show up for future events, and you know, it's kind of one of those cool things that if we can bring people from all across the world in, especially, you know, we run our King of the Hill events, and I haven't been seeing too many other entities running the King of the Hill events. So, you know, it's bringing in people in the community to just participate in different ways.
Absolutely. And you know, just like an Olive Garden, once you're in the Donnie Smoke and Stop Discord, you're family. So when you're here, you're family. So we'll take everyone. Everyone can come in.
Everybody's welcome. But once you get in, the warning is there, because you probably won't leave. Well, I mean, you could leave. If you get unhinged, you might leave. All right, so we've got this next one starting, and starting right now. We are looking from Deldrix's side of the board, which means that he is going to be going second, getting first energy here. Pretty close to size, probably. All right, perfect sizing. Here we go. So we are looking at the Ralts as the starting position. So very similar deck to what we saw last time coming from Bugcatcher Zach. Obviously a little different. This is the only Giratina EX deck that made it into the top 8. Though I think we only had 2 or 3 in the tournament to start with.
That's true. And this one is a more traditional route. We're just going to get big. We're going to throw energy around and start swinging. So
we did have a question yesterday, Major. You might know the answer to this. Somebody in the chat was asking, when you are in a scenario without Drudagon, what is the better lead? Is it going to be the Giratina EX or the Darkrai EX? Obviously, right from Deldrix's perspective, we're seeing that he does lead with the Darkrai EX. What is your thoughts? Is it the stronger position to lead that way?
For me, yes. The Darkrai is going to come online to attack faster, and it just with some of the simple math, the being able to wait and try to get the cape onto Giratina, and having to, like, the fact that we have to wait a turn. Like right now, we either next turn. So when we come back, we put the dark energy on Darkrai, and depending on the situation, we either attack or we end our turn and put the energy on Giratina. And in most cases, you're going to want to go ahead and hit that attack button. So you're not going to actually have the Giratina online just yet. Whereas, you know, if you had Giratina up front, you're going to take a whole turn waiting anyways. So I like Darkrai to lead off when you don't have Drudagon. For sure.
All right, and you know what? In this scenario too, this is obviously has gone 0 to 100 very quickly here, with Gallade getting up right from the active spot. And
it looks like Zach just was like, I have it. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, exactly. He has the imperfect start with the perfect backup. Getting the cape up and getting the full evolution here. And you know, this is a tough scenario too, right? Like, do you do damage and do the attack, which that is what we're seeing happen here, is okay, yeah, we're gonna put damage down, and now are we going to attack, or are we going to generate more energy? I know I need at least one more energy at some point in time, otherwise I won't get any attack off.
We're in a really unique spot though. I would fire this red off and get the attack in. Sure, Glade's going to come back and punch me and take it out and get their 2 points, but there's nothing else on the bench, and the Darkrai on the bench will do the additional 20 to clean up this Glade next turn. So Zach has to commit something to the bench or risk just losing the match.
Yeah, that's true.
And with that attack, I mean, it's unfortunate, but this is over.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Just
Plus
like
the Rocky
that.
Helmet, like, I forgot even Rocky Helmet was on it. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's,
and just
that's
like
a
that,
tough spot to be
Beldrix
in.
with the 1.
Tough spot to be in. I like, obviously it was the most of a bad situation right there with having Bug Catcher Zach leading with Ralts to begin with. But, and obviously, if he had had a choice, he probably would have swapped it into something else, but the choice was not there.
Certainly. Hey, while they're getting matched up and we're getting their openers, have you heard anything from VR's opponent?
Good question.
Because if not, I'm awarding it to VR.
Actually, I told them, I did drop a message for them, and I just said that we'd started this match and that they need to have their match started before this ends, otherwise he'll be awarded the win. So if it's not started by the time this ends, because we can always go back and do winners matches while they finish up, then we will award a win. Because I told them that they could get their match started whenever they're ready from the beginning of the cast.
I'm just communicating with VR, and I'm sure VR is listening to stream, but I am communicating with them in Discord. So,
Jason, welcome in. We're on the losers bracket doing top 8 today. So we do see another Darkrai start here. First energy going on Darkrai. Of course, that is with the energy being on the Marshadow.
Thank you, VR. VR's like, I'm on the stream. Don't worry. As I'm starting to type.
Good on you, VR. VR, don't forget to drop a follow and subscribe to us on YouTube. We know that you're new to the stream, so I'm watching you. If you come back for another tournament and you're not subscribed, I'll just heckle you one more time. All right, so we do see the Giratina EX hit the bench here, and we are seeing one energy also be put on the Curlia to do a little slap damage to the Darkrai. Hit him where it hurts. And it's funny that how much is actually different this game so far from last game. Visually, it appears not different at all, except it is completely different because there's a Marshadow in the back here. That if this same game transpires the exact same way, there's a revenge that comes up for 100 at the end of it.
Exactly. And what's different, and what's different is now a giant cape instead of a Rocky Helmet. So the equal trade with Glade might not happen, but it's gonna be interesting. Lee hits the board.
we're all just anticipating, being like waiting. It's like, oh, are we seeing Glade right now? No, we are not.
No, we're gonna tuck Corellia and start poking away at this Giratina.
Yeah. And it just makes sense to do it that way, right? You do a little bit of damage on the back. You anticipate the energy to go up onto Darkrai, which is anything that's on his side of the bench is dead. Hopefully you have some control over which Pokemon that is.
Yep, and it looks like we're just gonna sweep Gallade out from under. Take Gallade out, remove it as an option by taking out this Corellia. Even if Marshadow comes up and does 100, it's not enough to kill the Darkrai. Darkrai can return serve with 80, taking out the Marshadow. Hitmonlee comes up, can't hit the Darkrai. So you're then left with a Hitmonlee eating up the Darkrai. Unless you've got a Sabrina or a Cyrus to mess that line up. If I'm sitting on the side of Deldrix, I'm comfortable right now. I wouldn't say I'm already thinking about my next match, but I am kind of comfortable where I'm sitting.
Yes. You're very happy with what it's looking like being up one game. So we do see the bonus energy going onto Marshadow right now. It's going to have that revenge. It will do 100 damage unless stated otherwise to the Darkrai. There we go. With the red, we will hit a 120 range. Of course, would have been perfect with a Rocky Helmet situation or no tool at all, but with that cape, it's just a little more than he was hoping for, probably.
A little bit. Nurse Joy is here to patch up and make that math a little harder. Now the line of Sabrina to kick Darkrai back to the back line for the Hitmonlee is now a problem because 50 is more than 30.
Just to indulge a little bit. I'll save my question till after while we're trying to set up the next game. But it does have to do with the nurse. Alright, we do see the Marshadow go down here. Hitmonlee is in the active with 1 energy on it. 2 points to 0 right now for Deldrix.
If I'm sitting here, this is all basically for, and Leaf makes it even easier. I would say, this is all just for hoops and giggles, because I could take turns off, put energy on Giratina. Sure, you snipe out the Darkrai and get 2 points, but that Hitmonlee is dead.
Yeah, I think maybe there might have been
Leaf just
something.
speeds it up for us.
There might have been something there if instead of that second energy going on Hitmonlee, no Leaf. Pretend there was no Leaf, and another Ralt had hit the board. Maybe they're probably not like 90% not, but maybe there could have been something if the game was completely different. Maybe it could have been different. But we're gonna see a GG's there, guys. We are seeing Bugcatcher Zach knocked out in the round of 8. Let's get off the. You know what? We'll leave that open right. Oh, that just messes up the full screen.
Brick Donnie. We saw him, but Zach was as Zach's in chat. I bricked Donnie. The Nurse Joy took my only play away. Yeah, we saw that, Zach, and you played with the cards dealt. You definitely played to your lines. Good showing all weekend. I had the pleasure of having you on in the background yesterday while we were doing all the organization of things, and you had a great weekend. Don't let this quick departure today be any sign of a job not well done. Quite the opposite. All
right, we did not hear from our opponent, Kazoo. Unfortunate, we did get to watch Kazoo yesterday, and we did see some good games come out of it. But unfortunately, he is going to be DQ'd. We gave him lots of time to be here. But you know that's how it goes. If you don't show up to your matches, you don't get to stay in the tournament. Unfortunately. So real quick here, we are gonna just take a look at our upper bracket. We've got Hurston versus Dresden on our winners bracket, and we have I wish that they had the brackets joint. I have to maximize them both from both sides. And on the other side, we do have Claude versus Sanchetti and Sigiro versus Deldrix. I think it might be best just for now, because we are going to have a couple of losers matches back to back. That let's get the winners match out of the way, and then we can proceed into doing about 3 losers matches back to back. So like I said, we are going to be calling each of the matches now are going to be on stream. If we get Hurston and Dresden ready to play, this is on stream. Someone please join Discord to cast. All games going forward will be cast.
This is perfect. You're communicating on Limitless. I'm communicating in the Discord. It looks like Hurston's going to join us. I'm going to turn my camera off just for a hot second. I'm not leaving the lobby, so I'm not going to mess anything up with our alignment. And I'm going to go fill up a water.
Yep.
So I'll be right back.
In the meantime, while we are getting this rolling, does anybody have any questions that needs to be addressed? Whether it's for Mage, whether it's for myself.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. All right. All right, we are good to go. This match is going to get started very quick. They are doing the search. While we're waiting for this to start, we were seeing some very cool decks, creative decks to say the least, coming out with Leafeon EX, running it with water energy to get those heals from the Irida. Do you think that right now, with the Pokemon Center Lady coming out, that there is a possibility that we'll be seeing people opting into just keeping grass energy and adding those in instead of the Iridas?
It's going to be completely dependent on who's their what's Leafeon's partner. If Leafeon wants a more traditional partner in Celebi or an Executor, it's fine. You can stay on the grass energy. If you are looking for something in the water department, then I would say no. We're just going to stay the course because Leafeon, though it's green, though it is technically a grass type Pokemon, it's basically colorless. It fits into literally any deck because of its ability to be able to put a grass energy on itself. So it is basically a colorless creature if you want it to be. So it's going to be the 1000% dependent on who do you want to partner with. A deck I posted right when literally the cards haven't even hit our phones yet, and I was putting out deck lists. I put out a Dialga Leafeon Goldango deck, and the community was irate with me because grass energies from Leafeon can't be put on Goldango, and Goldango only cares about steel energy. So what's Leafeon even doing there? And the answer is because it can.
Yeah. All right, it looks like we just got confirmation. This match is going to be starting real quick here. And for the next tournament, also, guys, we will do our best to Brandon. When the math's hard. Brandon Douglas, welcome in. Yeah, for next tournament, we will probably get most communication. I mean, it is still good to be keeping on track of Discord, but because of next time, it will be most matches will be running all at the same time. The communications will be key on Limitless. All right, here we go. We do see the match started. We have Hurston versus Dresden. And this is winners semifinals. Is that how that works?
I believe. Yeah, this is winner semis.
Or upper finals. That's what they call it. There we go. Upper final. We are getting first turn on this side right here. And good luck, Goku. If it's we had a joke in the chat yesterday with Goku in play. Chances are Goku loses the first game and then powers up and wins the next two. And funny enough, it's exactly how it went yesterday.
That's good. That's real good.
So we do see this is going to be a mirror match. So we see the Marshadow looking at the Hitmonlee. And of course, kind of like we talked about, the Marshadow isn't exactly what you want in the front. But when you have nothing on the bench and a Hitmonlee in the front, it's a great start.
It's a great spot because even if we go to next turn, Hitmonlee can't hit the bench, or Hitmonlee can't hit Marshadow, but Marshadow sure can hit Hitmonlee.
Yes. And we are seeing the energy get put down onto the Marshadow in the back.
Yeah, and I think that's just a concession. It's like, hey, if you want to take out this Hitmonlee, that's fine. That Marshadow will not be here long in retaliation.
Yeah.
Revenge will be a dish best served cold.
Yeah, and you'll see having a Hitmonlee on the bench now for Dresden also would not be the most ideal situation either, right? With the Marshadow up front. Honestly, it'll be interesting to see how this game plays out, especially if Glades do not hit the field.
Yeah, and we saw a quick glimpse last turn that Goku was thinking about pulling off that Iono. The Ralts wasn't in hand, even though the other two pieces are. But Ralts is what gets the ball rolling. So it's a real interesting question to when do I fire this thing off?
Yeah.
Do I fire this thing off?
So Professor's research goes down. Gonna for sure help with development at the very minimum. It will help with digging through the deck. It would be amazing to see some sort of spectator mode. I know I bring this up like every time, just because like for me, whenever I'm playing, you guys always see me. I'm always clicking on discard piles, on decks, seeing how many cards are left. And, I have this instinct that when I'm watching, I'm like, ooh, how many cards are left? And we don't get that as viewers. So a spectator mode would just be awesome if it was ever going to be in the cards. Even if it was something to do with, like, say, a replay where you could kind of put in some sort of code to watch a replay and then you could kind of see the deck list as it goes after the fact. But, yeah, Pokemon, if you ever do find my stream, that our prayers is for that and for a ban list.
Yeah, the power to block would be really, really strong, especially for content creators. I have the same person. I don't know who they are. I have announced it in channels that I'm in. Pokemon Pocket channels. Like, who are you? Please tell me so I can accept you, because I don't accept randoms. We have to have some sort of connection. We have to talk at least once. But they have figured out how to keep adding me. Every time I reject their ad, they try to add me back. And it's been going on since the game started.
I mean, I think you've seen some of the wildness we've seen with people trying to match with me also. The lengths that some players will go through to try to just troll a stream is wild in itself.
Mm-hmm.
So we do see that first point go
mode.
to Dresden right there. And now said, Marshadow coming up doing the revenge.
Yeah. The revengiest revenge. And now we have a Ralts with a Rocky helmet, and we have a Hitmonlee.
Now, just looking at this, I'm almost digging Dresden's situation a little bit more, just because, now that the Rocky helmet's down, the stretch kicks, start just slowly chipping away on Ralts.
Yeah.
But Kirlia hitting the board is definitely 100% a step in the right direction.
Yeah, and we also know that the lane is going to be up next turn, and Marshadow already has its energy, so these energies can go back on to the hand, or can go on to Corellia if we want it to. Ooh. Interesting. Let's go ahead and... I see your Hitmonlee, and I have my own. And I'm just going to take out and get myself a little point right here. So Hurston's now up 2 points. Goku lost the first point, picked up the next 2. And now the tables have turned just a little bit.
Yes, looking a little bit. Yeah, like we said, Goku. Does Goku get the power up?
And it looks like Goku has. At least for now. While we're waiting for the action to take place, spectator mode, I think, will be a friend-only feature. I think you'll be able to spectate your friends. If you'll look at your friends list and you'll see, oh, hey, they're online and they're playing, I'm going to pop in and watch their match, which will make commentary a little interesting. You'll have to be friends with the host of the tournament and that sort of thing, but I think it'll still be an interesting feature to say the least.
I think
if you even go that way, because this is fine. As a content
creator, it makes for an interesting situation if you can put yourself into that type of community. Where you have a bunch of friends that are, say, competing in Ursi Day. Then you come on a Saturday and you see all of your friends are playing, and then you just kind of have your pick of, I'm gonna watch whatever match I want to watch. But like you said, I do think it'll be from friends list or from friends list or even from coded if they were to do it, it's Pokemon. They'll probably release something, then we'll complain, we won't like it, then they'll have to fix it. You know how it is.
Oh, always.
So we do see the Cyrus in my little rant come up, and unfortunately for Goku, the Kirlia is going to get wiped out here. But it may not be in vain. We do see the 1 energy on Marshadow here.
We do. And if we have...
Definitely thinking about something here for sure. Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. It's 2-2. And the Iono does go down with the evolution here. Yeah, and we get the concede. Not much can be done.
The shuffle was just for fun. We were looking for Sabrina, be able to pull out that Hitmonlee and then get the revenge kill for the point, but wasn't in the cards. I don't even know if it's in the deck, but certainly wasn't in the cards.
Lisa, welcome into the stream. Hope you're doing good. Hey, all. How's it going? Back to work. Sorry. That's all good strings. Have a good day at work either way. Working on a Sunday, that's a rough go. Tell me about it. I'm working on a Sunday.
Yeah, whose genius idea was that?
Yeah, right?
I'm working on a Sunday.
Weeza, how did it go yesterday? Yesterday it went chaotically well. Mage did a clutch step in and did the back end, and we were able to at least cast, I think, like 4 sets, which seems like a lot, but that's not even half is what we tried to do. But long story short, we learned lots, and next time will be better. And today has been as smooth as can be, -1 DQ.
We have ourselves a little Spider-Man meme, both opening up with Hitmonlee, both having empty benches.
And yeah, I mean, it's such a weird thing, you know. This is not the first game that's ever had situations come up where mirror matching is bizarre. We've seen it in StarCraft, we've seen it in Smash Bros. It doesn't matter. Any fighting game, mirror matches are sticky to say the least.
They are, and like when you're talking a mirror match, you're like going through your head of like, what's the worst card to put out in the mirror match? And you're like, Hitmonlee. And then, surprise, my opponent has also decided to put Hitmonlee out. And by decided, I mean, was forced to.
Yeah. And then, of course, like, it's a situation, too. We know that there's Ionos in the decks, too. So if it's a matter of we haven't pulled it yet, or, like my guess would be that this is very similar to back when we saw those Golem decks with the Hitmonlees just slaying Magikarps. Like, you see both these Hitmonlees out here, and you're like, okay, well, like, the only way I want to play Kirlia is if A, I've got, like, my full bag of tricks to support it, or I've got my full line in hand. You know, like, because you don't want to be just putting up Kirlia Ralts, get 2-shot and be like, okay, well, that was just a waste. They got a free point out of it. Well, they haven't put anything on the bench.
Yeah, so you almost have to think deep down that the first person to play Ralts, they're ready.
Yes. Alternatively, though, it could be that
Could be the biggest bluff at the same time, though.
Yeah,
that's why I love this game.
and see, there you go. The Mars goes down, and we're down to 3 cards. So now that the Ralts is on the board, that's what makes it so tough, right? Ralts is on the board now, and there's nothing behind it. Now, saying that, though, I mean, we very well could see another Mars just happen instantly, and then it's just this kind of chuckle back and forth either way.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
This stretch kick is saying, did my Mars do what it was supposed to do? And the answer is maybe.
The answer is maybe. I wonder if, like, just, you know, spitballing, you know. No, I was going to say, like, in that scenario, you know, you throw your alts out and they get a cheeky kill. They're 1 point up, even though you have maybe the other alts in hand. And then you play the Mars, they get 2 cards. But I mean, I think we're nitpicking if we think 1 point on one card is going to be the difference.
Yeah, that's definitely spitballing.
Yeah. One card is, I mean, realistically, I mean, your Mars is doing what the Mars is supposed to do at that point. All right, so we do see the Ralts go in just to protect it from getting hit again. Energy going down on the Mars Shadow. Now on Goku, we didn't. So this is just first energy we're seeing go down on Mars Shadow. So, you know, still just starting to think about revenge happening now.
Yeah, and the energy, having the energy on Mars Shadow first does mean that Corellia does not get to swap into the active spot and take out the opponent's Ralts, thus giving Dresden an opportunity to progress towards Gallade. It's a little protected right now.
Here Weeza, amazing. I saw the chaos in the Discord. There was definitely chaos in the Discord yesterday. There's no doubt about that.
The brief understatement of the still very young century.
Watch them go like this for 30 turns now. Oh, VR said that when they were both just at Hitmonlee. And you know what would have been interesting also is, uh, not that we would ever see it, but like, in a scenario where let's just say that both of them didn't get Ralts right away, and they both hit the 10 card limit. It would have been interesting to see a scenario where like that mirror matchup, like I have to play something so that something can happen.
Yeah. That was potentially going to be a very we're still in a very interesting chicken fight, but I think that timeline would have been even more stressful.
Yeah. If we cast enough of these, we will see it at some point.
Oh, for sure.
And just a reminder to anybody watching, because this is double elimination, ties do not count as points in this, unlike a Swiss round. I mean, I know in the top 8, the rules are different, but through the whole tournament, ties are worth 0. It is a best of 3, first to 2 points moves on. Unless you're intentionally tying, then a judge will step in. Not that we're going to see that today. Know. All of our players have done a good job avoiding ties.
They have.
And I think
Ralts down.
I think that not awarding the wins for ties also, it incentivizes people to avoid ties a little bit. But you know what? At the same time, speaking for myself, if I have a choice between, you guys have seen me play. If I have the choice between a loss and a tie, I'll take a tie. So definitely get both sides of it.
Here in this community, concessions a draw anyway. So
well, we're still in the round of 32 then, is it, by the sounds of it. All right, so we do see the Glade come out, and it is going to take out this Marshadow. The only true DPS, or damage dealer, that was on Dresden's side of the board, putting 2-0 point-wise for this round. Likely we are going to see this come to a close right now.
I think so. I think it's there's next to nothing. And as soon as I said that, we got the concede, which
all right.
is
after
not actually a draw.
Goku takes his minor loss, he comes back stronger with a win, and this is game 3 now.
Yep, we're going to game 3, which is honestly in a top 8 battle. This is exactly what I want. I want to cast 24 games today. That's not actually how the math works, but it's okay.
Nobody wants to see a losers run all the way back to winners and then just see the winners go like 2-0. Nobody wants to watch that.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to watch it if it happens because it's what happens. But just, we're all here for the hype train.
Yep. Speaking about hate train, can we get one on Twitch? Chat, do your thing.
So we've got another game with and welcome in everybody. Hope everyone is doing good here. We thank you for coming in for the top 8. We do have a lot of people in here. Do not hesitate to give us a subscribe. We will be running more tournaments in the future. This is going to be a monthly thing. Prize pools are completely self-funded by the community via memberships and Twitch subs. We do put so about 80% of all the proceeds of all of that goes right into the tournament prize pools and event prize pools. So when new sets come out, we usually run a small little prize for King of the Hill events, as well as for our big tournaments. Big tournaments, they will get bigger. And it's all run by you guys. So a quick thank you to all of you. And the best way to support the channel is by doing that. But most importantly, it is by following us on Twitch and subscribing and checking in on us, because we do a lot of live streaming Monday to Saturday under normal circumstances, and tacking in now the Sunday streams for when we are running tournaments. You can also catch Mage 2 on Twitch, Threads, and on Instagram and TikTok, the whole bang.
everywhere. If you really want to find me, I'm on every platform. PKMN Mage, Pokemon Mage, on literally everything. It's nice to have a lock on your own branding. So just wherever you want to find me, that's where I'm at.
And we do,
But back to
yeah,
the
on the Discord,
action.
we have your stuff on the Discord, right? Should be on the Discord. Should be somewhere.
Should be. But anyways, back to the action. The Pokemon Pocket Gods are like, you liked the Spider-Man meme so much. Here it is again, opening Hitmonlees on both sides. Let's see how they navigate it. Maybe this is the one that we go to 30 turns on,
I was just
or
gonna
the
say
10 card hand.
30 turns or 10 card hands. Oh, and you know what? We talked about it. We scared everybody away, and this is actually what I was talking about was with the Hitmonlees against the Magikarps. Now, okay, we're in a scenario where Gallade only needs 2 energies. This is not a Gyarados situation. You can put first energy and a Rocky Helmet on both of them. Put first energy on one of the Ralts. Okay, it may get stretch kicked. That's okay. I'll start putting energy on the other one, right? You can do this back and forth and try to pivot as many turns as possible to get as much HP going forward as you can. Even last game we saw some swapping, being like, you know what, we don't need Hitmonlee to even stay up there. So I think that, despite it being a very slow start a few turns in, we are going to see this ramping up fairly quickly.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And putting the Corellia down on that, sure, buys you extra turns.
Now, what decks would you say right now are... I mean, we're seeing a lot more Gallade just pop up. Obviously, it's a cause and reaction, right? We're seeing so much Arceus that something like this has to happen. What would you say would be a deck that would be a counter, so to speak, to the Gallade deck that's been on the board right now?
The Lucario Rampardos deck. It's equal in fighting, has similar tools, but significantly less energy use, drastically reducing the drastically nerfing Gallade, because Gallade cares about the energies that are on your Pokemon. And if you're only putting 1, maybe 2 on, like guaranteed 1, Rampardos only needs 1, maybe 2 with Lucario or Marshadow, you're asking for a lot of power for a very little cost, and dramatically weakening the Gallade would be my go. That would be my go-to deck if everyone decides to say, "Hey, look, Gallade was awesome. Everyone's gonna play Gallade." That would be the first deck I would bring to the table.
Well, I mean, also it has the added benefit that it also plays good against Arceus, right?
That too.
So not only are you beating, or at the very least having maybe a positive matchup against Gallade, but on top of that, the added bonus of you're not giving up, going like, oh, I'm going to play some just, like off-meta Psychic deck or something. And then all of a sudden you see the Arceus just stomp all over you, because then you're just that balance of like, okay, well, I'm in the roulette wheel of who am I fighting this tournament. So
yeah, that would be my gut
instinct. You go to
instinct.
Dresden there, but
Yes.
yeah, I mean this is tough. This is tough. We do see the Gallade have only 90 HP, which is good. I would say the one if you have to take a at least situation, at least Curly is at full HP, so Osiris can't pull it in. That is going to be our at least this for right now.
Yeah. But at the same time, there's the second point. So now you have Gallade versus Corellia.
And the Gallade EX hits the board, dropping the Mars, getting down to 1 card. Okay, I mean, you know, if this is enough to call the stars aligned, I mean, it's putting in the work to try and make it happen anyway.
Uh,
And that is one thing I will say. Glade, such a massive HP pool. Really, you go down to it. We know that the revenge is not going to be enough to do it. So
Revenge isn't enough. Stretch kick hit active.
There's only one potential even left, and that is a enemy Glade hitting the board.
Just research. Draws 2, buys enough time. And there it is. Glade hitting it. I'm going to guess off that Professor's research. Otherwise, they wouldn't have played Professor's research. So, enemy Glade hitting the field. Taking Goku down to 40. But
And
not
we
so
do
fast.
See
We see a Cyrus to get our hopes up and then immediately say, nah, I had it. I had it in the bag this entire time.
I tell Goku, he loses round 1 to power up and get the next 2 wins. Good games, guys.
Wild.
Good
game.
Yeah, I tell you, if you've ever heard of plot armor, we're seeing it here right now.
And it's in the hands of Goku.
All right. So Goku, you are gonna get obviously stay close. Oh well, maybe if you don't mind typing this into the Discord. Goku, please, you are gonna be waiting a couple of games. Be patient with us, but take a little break. But feel free to keep us on standby so that when you're called, you're ready to go. We are ready for this game. Can we get someone to stream on Discord?
I'm sitting here typing, and Hurston's like, yep, I'm here. Got you on the YouTube. Perfect. Thank you.
Good man.
Thank you, Goku. Enjoy your well-deserved little break as we head to the losers bracket for a while now. Trying to find our winners final, or losers final, so we can get to the grand final.
All right, we just had Sujiro get back to us saying an okay, so we should be seeing somebody pop in here for us to start watching the live stream. And Deldrix is going to stream this one. Sounds good.
Oh, wow.
Everybody's big now.
I was just popping over to Ursi Dave just for a hot second.
That's okay.
And despite the just the bracket. Despite the I wanted to see so based on registration numbers and based on the event details, I thought it was a top 32 today. But Ursi decided to go ahead and go the full top 64. So that changes what day 2. That changes what day 2 meta looks like over there, which honestly impacts all of us because one unique thing about ranked is the people who really take ranked seriously are also those that are heavily involved in the tournament scene. So if something's doing well in the tournament scene, we're going to directly see it in ranked. So I did want to kind of just peek over and see what does the day 2 meta look like over there. And unlike our stream, it's a lot of Giratina, Darkrai, and a lot of Gyarados Manaphy. There's probably like 6 or 7 decks there.
I'm cheering for Gyarados today. If I was to play in this tournament or Earthseas, I would have been using the Gyarados Origin Form Palkia. That's what I would have been coming in with today. Or I guess yesterday. Especially in our tournament
Yeah.
with only seeing one other Giratina EX deck.
Yeah. I'm interested in seeing oh, that's what that is. That's cheeky. The deck is registered as Mewtwo Mew. And I'm like, there's no shot that the Mewtwo Mew, like the old deck is back. No, it plays 4 Pokemon. It plays Giratina, Arceus, Mew, and Mewtwo EX. And they just happen to register it as a Mewtwo deck, and they're hiding the fact that they're playing Giratina.
That's a little bit on the sneaky side.
I see you, gamer. Can't fool me. Can't fool me. They're like going into top 16 right now, so we're seeing a lot of filtering. There's about two Gyarados decks left in the tournament, like 4 Gallades and like 6 Giratina decks. But we got a Meowscarada Beedrill deck.
Meowscarada Beedrill deck. I'm in for that.
Yeah, so it plays the full line. Plays the full line of Meowscarada, and then it only plays one line of the Beedrill EX deck. One copy of Weedle, Kakuna, Beedrill.
Not to cut you off, but we do actually have a little bit of lore on this battle here.
Yeah.
Our 2 players right here, right now, are actually friends. So, it's been informed to me that this is a special semis with them being friends, facing off against each other.
I love that.
Yes.
Oh, now I don't know who I want to win.
Good question. I mean, honestly, they both have played very, very well in the tournament. They probably both talked to each other, being like, hey, there's this little tournament, let's join it. One is at 4 wins, 1 loss. One is at 6 wins, 1 loss. So, you know, they're obviously one's had a bigger losers run, but there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody loves a good comeback story.
Indeed. All right, we see probably the near perfect openings from both. You've got Dialga in the front and Druddigon in the front. The question is, does the Dialga player have Arceus to commit to the bench eventually when it's time? It's not time right now. Again, we're talking about Sabrina's. There's no point in playing Arceus to the bench until you can get the attack off with Dialga. So right now we're sitting at like near perfect openings for both players.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the and of course takes it right out of my mouth that with the Rocky helmet going down, yes, this is essentially everything you could want. Forcing that Dialga to honestly, it just feels so dirty to attack into a Rocky helmet. It really does.
Don't get me wrong, I love it. I love what the mechanic of the Pokemon tools has brought to the game. I just hate the tools that they brought to the game.
Conceptually,
I don't like Cape. I love the concept of tools. I don't like Cape, and I don't like Rocky Helmet.
I mean, I like them when they work for me, but like, I completely understand what you're saying. It's very much like adding red to the game in a sense that it's like it just changes all the ranges on everything. You know, like moments when I've been like, I'm gonna go up with my Skarmory in one shot, and then I'm like, do it, and then I see it still there with 20 HP. I'm like, oh, because I wasn't paying attention at all to a cape that could have happened. That was unlikely, but it happened anyway. But yeah, welcome in, Adam. Hello. We are just doing our top 8 right now. We are on the losers bracket. We got 2 matches here right now, so I believe that we have 6 players left in the tournament as of right now. So we do see the Shaman on the board, which at the very least, Shaman makes it a little bit better to, hit into the Rocky Helmet Druddigon. Yeah, like softens the blow very slightly.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the math, we're looking to take out this Dredagon in one hit. So even if it was Arceus, it's going to put you at 120. Darkrai is not going to be able to do that. So you're going to be able to probably get 2 hits off, and you see a Cyrus bring Darkrai up.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
That's a lot of pressure on this Darkrai. Very quickly on.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure on this
a lot of pressure.
Darkrai.
So we're basically just speeding this up a turn and saving ourselves a little bit of HP. And by little, I mean significant. 40 is a significant amount of HP. By Cyrusing up this Darkrai first.
Yeah, we're Adam's asking, is Rocky Helmet a specialty card? I've bought like 50 Palkia packs, no Rocky Helmet. Adam, the best I can say is join a community that you can trade for one, because you can trade it for just trading stamina now. The one thing I will say about the Shining Revelry, despite whether you like it or not, I love this idea of the gold Pokeball. And the reason I love it is, anyone that catches us on stream, I just finished doing what I need for Triumphant Light last week. And I think this new set, the one thing it's kind of going to give me is when I have no set to pull from, it's going to be my go-to, because I think it's going to be a tough set to get all these like shinies and the gold Pokeball. Like, I have no need to go back to Apex to get a gold Mewtwo that I never got now. Like, I'm never going to use it. Well, I mean, okay, as of the other day, maybe there's a 1% chance I can use it now or whatever, but you get what my meaning. I don't need a gold Pikachu EX right now, but a gold Pokeball is kind of something everyone can always be like, no one's going to be mad getting it 3 or 4 sets from now.
No, absolutely not. And you're absolutely right. Like, Shining Revelry is about to be my dump set. It was gonna be Space Time Smackdown. I'm still missing some full art trainers, but because I like my 2-star trainers for my decks, but chasing down those gold Pokeballs, it's really enticing.
Yeah, Trainer Coog agreeing with us. Gold Pokeball is fire. We just need a Oak full art, and I think that this whole spark came from the idea of the Rocky Helmet. I do think that as sets go on, Pokemon Company is probably going to take cards like, say, a Giant Cape, a Rocky Helmet, Professor Oak, and start turning those into gold cards that we can try to strive to get to, I think.
I would love to see the full art Oak be the 1-year anniversary reward.
That would be cool. That would be very cool.
Like as the 2-star medal. Yeah. And if they give us 2 copies, that would be heads up. Good heads up gaming.
I mean, even if they gave you a way that you could do some sort of thank you. If you could do some sort of, giving up other cards to get a second one kind of a thing. Or like make it like 300 of the shop tickets to get the gold one or something like that too, right? 300 was just a number at top of head. I mean, it could be even at one point in time I had like 500 of those things stacked.
Yeah, and we are at a point though, like there's a whole currency that is like barely used right now, and it's the one that gets you the premium stuff, like the premium coin and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing some like rewards tucked in there where now you're converting cards into the premium tickets and going from there. And maybe that's how we get our Oak full art. But yeah, I'm with everyone. I want the Oak full art. It looks so weird compared to the rest of my decks.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Well, the thing about Pokeball is, like, apart from the situation we talked about this morning where there's a Beedrill deck that doesn't need a Pokeball, every other deck needs at least one Pokeball, realistically two. There, back in the day, I remember trying to run Caterpie decks with only one Pokeball, trying to justify it with Find a Friend, and like maybe there's a justification there. Like there isn't, but like maybe there is. But yeah, with these cards that are just staples that are in every deck, like give us something to shoot for, you know? A rainbow Pokeball could be the next one, and then it's like pick your poison, whichever one you want. Yeah. So you know, we're not saying that we're not casting, but we've seen that these Darkrai's just go through the ringer here, doing whatever it takes to not just get wiped out, while this Arceus has just been laying a smackdown.
Yeah, I thought this was wrapped up, so that's why we kind of started talking about Pokeballs. But there's some endurance here with the tanking going on, and so kudos to Deldrix for keeping themselves in, playing to their absolute last outs. And speaking of gold Pokeball, there it was.
Anonymous thinks that Mark has this in the bag, and you know what? It's looking like Mark definitely has this in the bag with that red going down. You know, it's tough when you're in a grim situation and there's a game you don't want to lose. I get it. I'll do the shuffling, and the one thing about these decks with these massive HP pools is that you got the HP, it's a resource, right? You gotta use it. I mean, obviously Cyrus kind of messes up that resource, but like, I always want to run the chance of maybe they don't pull a red, maybe they do not pull the Cyrus. Like, yeah, it's that, or you accept that you lose, right? So it's whichever one you have to fight for.
I was gonna say, the game isn't over until either A, your opponent has 3 points, or B, you concede.
And then it's a draw.
And then it's a draw here in Donnie's Pokestop.
And you could just see a message up there. Obviously, I can't read what language it was, but I will say that it did kind of appear like they could be talking to each other, be like, oh, that was, you know, close. But, you know, just speculating. Either way, we do see the gold Pokeball going down again here. We got Druddigon, nothing on the bench this time. And that could be a reaction of last time, because we saw very quickly the Sabrina and the Cyrus all over that Darkrai. Or maybe it's just not in hand. Either way, we are seeing the Giratina EX come up right now, and now the Darkrai. There you go. So maybe it was a cause and reaction of last game. But, you know, unfortunately, without that second Druddigon to put on the bench, or just anything else, there is still always going to be that scary Sabrina situation. But at least you're generating 2 energies at once right now. That's infinitely, this is a better spot to be in than it was just even a game ago.
This is borderline. Yeah, this is like a borderline cheat code, being able to generate 2 energies a turn.
Yes. Yes, I was showing my wife this deck last night and playing it. I told her to build the deck, and then I was like, go do ranked. She was like, I don't want to play players. I was like, don't worry, you won't be playing players. Funny enough, first match was a bot, expected. Second match was like a level 34 player from Japan. I was like, okay, it was definitely a real deck. But like, honestly, like even by the time of playing the bot, the first time she had the deck down like 80%. It's not a hard deck to use. Obviously a hard deck to master. But conceptually, Druddigon, everything behind it, once they kill it, you put something in, right? Like that's kind of what we're going for, with obviously a lot more to it, but in a 2-sentence phrase, that's how it works. And we do see the Arceus hit the back bench. Pokemon Center lady going down, doing a little bit of a heal. And now, surprise, surprise, we do see the Metallic Turbo start to ramp up the Arceus.
Yep. And Nurse, I can't call it Pokemon Center lady. Nurse Joy. I'm assuming there's copyright issues why it's not called Nurse Joy, but that's besides the point. Being able to change that math so that Deldrix couldn't just do the quick swap into Darkrai and clean out, because it was in that range. It was going to put itself in that range, but Pokemon Center lady decided to.
That's kind of curious. Why is it not called Nurse Joy?
My only assumption is whoever made the anime. I know everything's Pokemon Company, so you're assuming like that's just it. Like, why isn't it Nurse Joy? My only guess is that somewhere along the line it's generic now. They're not all Nurse Joy, but also it could possibly be whoever created the anime has the copyright, and DNA, who makes the game, can't use the name.
You know what though? As I'm doing a quick Google search, the very first thing a year ago, why is there no cards of Nurse Joy and or of Officer Jenny? So it's almost appearing like, I mean, very quick Google search, there maybe has never even in the normal TCG been a Nurse Joy card.
No, I don't think there has. Because even when the game first came out, it was Pokemon Center. It was the building. The building was the healer, not the person.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. All right, so we do see the swap. Anonymous saying this is a much better start this time with the Druddigon, and yes, this is definitely a situation here where, versus last time where it felt like the whole time was recovery. We're in a situation right now where an energy can go up and we can start being aggressive again to this Arceus. Obviously, we will have to wait and see what exactly happens. But that's kind of... it definitely is a better situation for sure for Deldrix.
Yeah, but you're only going to get one hit with this Giratina because Arceus is going to retaliate. So sending Arceus down, it's gonna be interesting. The line is very thin on this one. Even with it, because if we do the 130, we take it down to 30. Arceus retaliates. We put up Dialga, or we put up Darkrai. Darkrai does 20. That's still less than 30. So Arceus is still hanging around, forcing you to attack.
And you can't put in Druddigon. If you had 1 point, you could put up Druddigon as a wall, kind of a thing.
Yep.
But unfortunately, since we are at 0 points, that's where it gets tough.
Yeah, so the question then becomes, do you swap Giratina back in for Drud right now? Don't do the attack, and then Arceus can't swing into Drud because of the Rocky Helmet. That's 40 into 30, and it's a 1 point for a 2 point trade.
Yeah, it's... Well, either way, we're all eager to see how it plans out. So the first 2 points go up to Mark. I mean, you have to put in Darkrai. You have to put in Darkrai.
You have to, at this point.
But I mean, the one thing that is always worth saying is that, you know what, that definitely doesn't hurt the math. One thing that is worth pointing out also is the, there's always a Cyrus potential, and there is, the Dialga in the back line, right? So that has been chipped away at a little bit. So there, like you said, the line is thin, but it's not cut. And I will tell you that from last turn to what it looks like now, it infinitely looks better. You can see the mage, the little calculations in his head. He's like, is there
the calculation.
Is there a way?
Well, I'm looking at an alternate. Yeah, I'm looking for an alternate line that I'll talk about afterwards and see how it unfolds. So put a little picture stamp in your head.
Okay.
Of where we were at.
And there it is. The Cyrus pulls up the Dialga EX. That energy is going to go down, doing that extra 20. And we are going to get this into a Game 3 also.
Now my stamp doesn't matter because it was going to happen anyways. I was thinking what happens if we did that first. But getting the Arceus off the table was a much cleaner call.
Yeah. Yeah, and because that's the thing, right? It's do you get rid of the thing that can kill you now, or the thing that can kill you down the road? You know, when the line is thin, I think that the answer is the immediate need versus the what if need. And you know what? In this game, that was exactly what should have happened, and it's what's bringing us to Game 3.
Yep, exactly. Good old Game 3, chat. Let's go.
That's the play he was going for, says Anonymous. Murdoch, potion full art. Ooh, tuck me in. Like I said, we're probably going to see, you know, like, here's a reality. Like, I don't see Pokemon
all those
Pocket
items are
disappearing.
gold.
We'll see it at some point.
Yeah. They're all going to be gold. Next set, potions are going to be the gold card.
I want a
One
gold
of the gold
Bulbasaur
cards
that I don't use because I've literally never had a Venusaur deck.
Little Cup, gold Bulbasaur.
Okay, yeah, fair. Okay, gold Bulbasaur for Little Cup. That's right.
Flex on them real hard, Donnie.
Yeah, that's a funny point to bring up. Like, just you want all the weird flex cards just for Little Cup, just gold basics.
I'm not gonna lie. Some of the decks we build, some of the decks that I build for our formats, I'm strictly looking at how much flexing can I do. I'm playing a water singleton deck right now because it's singles night deck because there are a lot of beautiful cards in water that I can just jam all of them into one deck.
That is true. That is true. You know, card
All
like
right.
I don't know if it's underrated, but you just don't see it enough to really appreciate it. The full art Lapras is a pretty card. I think it's cool.
It is.
Still,
here we
I
are.
would have the guts to put Giratina on the board. Opponent having 5 or 6 cards. Well, yeah, you know what? That's it's a good question. Like I said earlier, this deck is so new that I'm not sure it's completely figured out. Not discrediting what you're saying, Anonymous. I just, for myself, watching the Giratina Darkrai deck right now, under most circumstances, I make these decks and I stream them for, anywhere between 4 to 12 hours on stream, and then I completely learn them very close to inside and out, 95% anyway of the way. So the first exposure I really have is just been our tournament, really, and then a little bit on ranked. But yeah, I think that for a lot of people, this experience in itself is just quite an eye opener to see what does work, what does not work.
Yeah, and we're seeing pretty much the ideal opening out of our Dialga player. It's now time to do the metallic shenanigans between Pokemon Center Lady and Shaman. We're back up to dang near full. We got Rocky Helmet on Dialga, Cape on Arceus. It's coming up pretty strong in terms of having the right cards in the right places. That being said, Beldrix does have the 3 cards, the trinity for this deck, but things are just a little out of order, and it might be, I'm not going to call it so early, but it might be the reason why the game goes the way it does, is we're just a little out of order.
Yeah, it's the tools just, they're in the wrong drawers. But I'm here for it. I'm here for it. 1 energy off of doing some damage here. Of course, attacking into a Rocky Helmet. The one thing that a lot of people need to realize is, and it's easy for us that watch this over and over again, but anyone that's new to chiming in, the only psychic energy generated is when you opt not to attack, and you need 3 of them. On these energy generating decks, you can only really safely get 2. That 3rd one, at some point in time, you are just kind of saying, yep, I am going to get hit.
Yeah.
And then on the other side of that is, then do you put up your dark energy, or a 4th time will you have that opportunity to say again, okay, I will get hit again? So
for that fourth energy, I'm using the dark energy. But what I was going to say happened exactly. If I'm Deljux, I'm just gonna pull back. I'm gonna pull back my Darkrai and go ahead and take this turn off. If you want to hit me, you're gonna hit a Druddigon. Who cares?
Yeah, it's already like you have to think about like. It was very, very great that the leaf went out. So the leaf goes out, Druddigon goes in. The idea that you are going to be swapping a Dialga EX for an Arceus to potentially get a kill, that's an expensive play either way, whether it is a leaf to do it or giving up 2 energies, right? It's no matter what, there is a cost to doing that. And so Druddigon's in. So now the question is like, oh, like, do I Sabrina? Okay, so you do something like that, which now by Sabrining, the bright side is that this Dialga either A is going to stay in a Metallic Turbo again, or it's going to have to pay the tax of getting rid of 2 energies. So we do see Darkrai get Sabrina back in. And the retreat going off onto Arceus EX. So they are deeming, Mark is deeming that getting rid of 2 energies on Dialga is well worth getting the 2 points and killing Darkrai.
Yeah, it's a great exchange because now you look at it. If I put Druddigon up, it's a win. I'm winning. I can clear it. But if I'm Giratina, it's 130. 150 with that.
But that changes all the math, right?
It does change all the math. We got that red, and now now we're basically racing.
Well, so now we're because of the sacrifice of both of those energies on Darkrai. Now there's 0 energy on that side of the board. 2 points tie.
Yeah, full healthy.
Gonna be tough. This is definitely an uphill battle now for Mark here.
Yeah, we're pod racing, and Mark is Anakin with the little beat up beater versus, you know what I mean. You've seen the Star Wars. You've lived it.
I've lived the Star Wars. And we do see the Cyrus come down, and that is going to be the end here, guys. This was a great best of 3 showing from our 2 friends. Anybody that kind of missed the beginning, these are both buddies that entered the tournament together, and so this was a special semifinals in the losers for them to be make it this far together in the tournament. Unfortunately, only one of them gets to move forward. And you know what? I'm kind of for seeing the Giratina just to have a little bit of different matches going on right now. Giratina making it.
I want some more exposure, yeah. I want some more exposure to the Giratina deck. I want to figure more things out as we're casting the rest of the afternoon.
Yes. All right. So let's get into the next part of the bracket here. You guys are on stream now. Someone please
join us in the lobby.
All right, I'm just gonna do a quick water fill up while we wait for our players to get into the Discord and get ready. We'll be back in 1 minute. Sawyer Films, welcome in.
Welcome in, Sawyer Films. Hey, chat. While Downey gets the water, who's got questions? Who's got questions for either one of us about the game, about the tournament this weekend, about the meta that you're seeing, about ranked, about casual formats, whatever. What's on your mind, chat? Chat, I'm here. What do I think? Ooh. Trenikuv having the good question. What do I think about the ranked system? And I think I have stressed this a couple times. From the start up until master rank, it's not a test of skill. Ranked is not a test of skill. It is a test of how long can you stay in the hamster wheel and get that tired and just spend all that time playing games, earning those points, just so you can make your way up the thing. It's not really a test. It's not a tremendous test of skill because you're probably more often than not, even if you do a win one, lose one, win one, lose one, you're looking at roughly a net gain for most of it. So you're really it's really, do you have the time to commit to it? Once you hit Master Ball rank and you're starting to make that grind up, you're now playing with the upper echelon of players in the system, ideally. And so that becomes a little bit of a bigger test of skill. I'm using ranked as what I was doing with PvP. So if I want to play games, I just hop on into the rank system because at least I'm kind of haphazardly working my way towards some rewards at the end of the season that I wouldn't get if I was playing PvP. That being said, I'm glad it exists. I'm glad that there's a motivator for those that wanted it. I'm not looking forward to the community complaining about whatever reason, because let's be honest, we all have a reason to complain about everything. And I don't need rank to be one of them. So that's my thoughts on ranked. We're all in the hamster wheel right now. Eventually we'll have a test of skill. And if you really want to test your skills, join tournaments like this. This is where you test your skills. Otherwise, we're all just running in a wheel. Anyone running Dragonite right now? No Dragonites in our tournament. I don't even think there were any registered.
To answer your question, Sawyer, people like tournament, no. People are trying to get Dragonite working with the new cards coming out, but with the Wugtrio EX just being the quicker Dragonite, I think people are more focused on trying to get that on the board right now than fixing Dragonite. I think that's currently where it stands, but that doesn't mean Dragonite's dead. I mean, even with Mage talking about ranked, you know, I would love to see, and maybe it would make for a good content video. I would love to see someone attempt to do like a Dragonite run in the like last 3 days of ranked for a month, for a season. Like after people have been like kind of placed and just try to do a full run with Dragonite. That would actually be kind of interesting.
Yeah. I'm interested with the Iona.
Sorry, you're interested. Oh, with the Iona. I mean,
Iona, like how does Iona play into the building of Dragonite? The hardest part about Dragonite is almost the energy. Yeah. At this point, I think that's like the only thing holding it back. I think we have enough tools to assemble it quickly. But yeah.
It's unfortunate that we don't. Well, unfortunate. Unfortunate is not the word, but you know, we with Leafeon's ability have the ability to get grass onto another Pokemon. If there was a way to just get that water on from another way other than Misty, which Misty would not work in the scenario Dragonite, then maybe there'd be something there. But I think the big tough thing. Well, I mean, at least Irida can help Dragonite too, right? Like, there's definitely tools that help. It's just, are we there yet?
It's a shame. It's a shame that Pachirisu requires electric to do the plasma move.
Yeah.
It would also be kind of broken if it didn't, but there's a little bit of me that wishes that the new Pachirisu being able to put an electric energy onto one of the bench poke. It's an electric Pokemon. Still doesn't work with Dragonite, but it would be kind of nice to have just someone hanging out that could help push those dragons a little further.
See, okay, so as we talked about that, Manaphy with water.
Yeah, and you have seen some players play you have seen some players play it. I've been using the new Pikachu, really good card. I love the new Pikachu. Speaking of like it just blanks water deck. It's been a lot of fun, and the new Pachirisu is ridiculous with partnered with it.
But Sawyer, I mean, if you got a Dragonite deck you'd like to, dude, come on stream. It's been a hot minute since we've seen you. Come on stream, man. I will. We've been streaming now. So it's different since you've been here. We're streaming Monday to Saturday. So if you've got a Dragonite deck you would love to put on forth for the community to either for me to try for you guys and or for you to showcase, either put it in content ideas or show up to stream and we will display it for people. Because one thing I've learned is that people cannot get enough of Dragonite. If I post anything Dragonite, it gets more views than anything else, hands down. So, which is weird how Dragonite has so much plot armor. All right, so we've got game one, Claude versus VRS. Good luck, guys. This is our final game of the round of 6. Yes, and both of these players, it is a mirror match. And of course, both of them have the Arceus EX in the front. And that's not where either of them want to be, but I will say that if I had to be up with an Arceus EX up front, I would prefer to do it against another one.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. I'm like, this is the only situation where I'm happy. Seeing that Arceus up front.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting. It is going to be interesting to see how they choose to develop. My assumption would be let's go ahead and race to assembling our Arceuses and then vomit a bunch of Pokemon onto the bench and wail away at each other. But we all know that also is not necessarily the plan.
Yeah, and also plans can change. So.
Yeah.
Now,
surprised to not see team. I'm looking at chat. Anonymous. Regarding this, I'm surprised to not see Team Rocket being played more. Looking at the probability distribution, it's a -1 energy on average for the opponent. It's currently, it could be potentially the best distribution. Here's my problem. It's the same variance as Misty. But like Misty missing doesn't necessarily change the game. Team Rocket Grunt missing, because 50% of the time it's going to do nothing. That is huge. You could have played a completely, like, that could have been a red to deal the extra 20 points damage. That could have been a Sabrina to switch the things up. So I get why people are attracted to it, because yes, on average you should be able to hit that one energy to cause a disruption. But I think players right now look at this and go, I'm not gonna take the risk. The chances of it just doing nothing, I'd rather be doing something. And there's enough cards in the game right now where I can be guaranteed to do something versus a coin flip on whether or not I do something.
So to add to that, in this tournament alone, just on my stream, I've seen 4 Rocket Grunts be played. All 4 of them were tails first. Obviously it's 50-50, just unlikely for it to go that way. But I do think we've actually had a little bit of this chat, I believe yesterday, or it was 2 days ago. Actually, it was 2 days on our pre-show. So anyone for future events, we are going to be doing pre-shows. But I think it has more to do with what deck you're running rather than like whether it works in every deck. Because like when I think of a Beedrill deck, you're deleting one of their energies, and if you can play a Rocket Grunt and get rid of one also, like, now you're in a situation where they're like, okay, I've got a Palkia that will never be retreated. Like, it can like really lock somebody in. But yeah, I think it is more going to be situational, you know, like, or also one of those things that I think I think we might be looking at it the wrong way perspective of like, oh, like it's being used to like depower a Charizard. Well, like the odds of that happening is no. Like you're almost better off being like, oh, like they have 1 energy on their Arceus against my Arceus. If I play this and I lose that 1 energy, I'm now 2 to Arceus to their 0. Right? Like it is that like 1 energy difference that can make you spitball very quickly into the mid game.
And I think that's how you have to play it, is like you're looking at the tempo swing versus shutting them out. And you're not shutting out a Charizard. You're not even tempo swinging a Charizard. You are against an Arceus. You are against, you know, a Dialga. You are against Giratina.
Yeah.
Requiring the fact that it has to take turns off. So, like, yeah, we can see it. But again, I think players right now, coin flip to do something versus a different card that's guaranteed to do something. It's going to change my strategy just a little bit. But I think people are latching onto the guarantee right now. Will that change? I'm going to guess so. I'm going to guess that that's going to change. And we're going to start seeing at least 1 Rocket Grunt start to make its way into most players' decks.
Yeah, at the very least, there will be 1 archetype of deck that just is like, you have to run Rocket Grunt. Like, people would be like, oh, this deck is wrong without it.
It's Beedrill. Beedrill's like the prime example of that.
Yeah. All right, and we do see a game 1 going to VRS. GG's there, guys. I know we just kind of talked over the majority of that game. You know, we've seen quite a few of these mirror matches throughout this tournament. The Arceus Dialga was the #1 deck that for our meta for our small tournament. So we've definitely seen our share of, I mean, I think everybody has seen their share of this mirror match to begin with. I think it's safe to say it's pretty much figured out. And, you know, I mean, what made that one interesting was like the start, but it really ended up just turning into both of the players vomiting everything they had, and it was what it was. So this time we do have we have first energy going to Claudie, so it is the opposite of last game, and at least we're seeing something fresh. A better start from both players. Mew EX is definitely more of a neutral start, like not the worst, not the best, whereas Dialga EX, pretty much what you'd like.
You're happy. Yeah, I was gonna say this is what I want. This is what I want to see.
Claudie says in the chat, or Claude, I'm getting too tired for this. Brother, stay up a little longer. You've made it so far into the tournament. It's so late for him. He is in, I believe he said Norway. Correct me if I'm wrong after. I know you're in the middle of the game. But yeah, he's my Viking brother. My 3.6% Scandinavian from my 23andMe. When I said it, he laughed. So, you know, it's kind of acceptable. It's not acceptable.
That counts. Weeza, does Flamigo have any place in the current fighting decks? Maybe as a counter to Druddigon. So Flamigo, if you're unfamiliar with it, Flamigo is 80 HP for 2 fighting energy, do double kick, flip 2 coins, does 50 damage for each heads. The secret to getting through Druddigon is to hit it in 1 shot. And if you're not hitting it in 1 shot, it's not a counter to it. So the fact that there is a, I don't know, 50% chance of not hitting it? Or to
a
hit it twice,
25% chance to one-shot it.
25% chance, yeah. Not going to do it. Nope. I would much rather... I'd rather lose a point and then blast through with a revenged Marshadow than try to flip coins against that Drud.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna take...
and like you would never even see it in this day and age either. Like a Kangaskhan, before Rocky Helmet came out, Kangaskhan made sense to throw that energy because Kangaskhan was kind of just doing the same role as Druddigon. But now with a Rocky Helmet, with a Kangaskhan, you would just let it sit there. You'd be like, this is not worth the energy. Also, like they could both just be there, not attacking each other. And I think it has, Mage said it right. You're better off doing one of two things: one-shotting it, or adding in Sabrina's to go around it.
Yep.
And if they get one on the bench, then well, then hopefully you've planned for that contingency also.
I'm just going through it.
So
I'll take the 20 or 40.
Getting a way better start this game around. We're seeing only 2 energies, one on the Mew EX and one on the Arceus in the back, whereas the Dialga was able to just get its Metallic Turbo off a couple of times. Shaman doesn't necessarily need the energy, but Shaman can still pick up a cheeky KO if it needs to. So, and I mean, speaking for me personally, not that I play a lot of this deck, I do like the Sky Shaman. I think that the retreat on these decks that are running these massive 2 retreater bulky Pokemon, I do think that the Shaman is the Sky Shaman is a little bit better than the healing. Just personal preference. Does not mean I'm right. I like the idea of being able to swap something and not feeling like I lost 2 turns to do that swap.
Yeah, and what we're finding in the mirror match, because that's where we're at also right now, is a lot of mirrors, is conservation of energy is key. So even saving 1 energy, taking that Dialga and making it a 1 retreat cost instead of a 2. Now you're talking, and we're actually about to see even the sweeter part, what happens when you have 2 Shamans out, it could be mathematically the difference maker in the mirror match. That's
a great point. In those situations where maybe you got to pull Dialga out and you're going to opt to lose 2 energies, you lose 1, next turn, Metallic Turbo is at least still on the board if you just lost your Arceus. So,
or if you get Sabrina'd back, like if it's, the options are endless, but the fact that you then still have Metallic Turbo on the table that you didn't before, huge. And this is even more important because not only do we have Metallic Turbo on the table, we have Heavy Impact on the table if Dialga goes back into the zone for that 4th energy.
Well, and obviously, like, a little different with the deck, so it's not a direct mirror match here. Because the double Shamans now, this is retreating for free, right? This is like, you give me a big hit on my Arceus, that's okay, Heavy Impact, and I get to keep all my energies now. Which also gives you a little bit of flexibility down the road too, because do you even run a Leaf in this deck now? And if you do, you're definitely not running 2. You're not running 2, you're running 1 or 0. And here we go, we are seeing the Mew just got brought back in, and it is going to be tapped here with the Arceus EX. Taking 20 from the Rocky Helmet, that's going to put first 2 points on the board for Claude.
The beauty of open deck lists, because that's what this event is, there's no Leaf. It's just the Shamans.
Yeah, so I mean, you know my thoughts on that, because that's how my Carnivine deck worked. I'm a huge fan of it.
Me too. You've assembled for all intended purposes, you've assembled a permanent Leaf in this situation. Both of these get to retreat for free, pretty much at will.
Yeah.
Which is huge.
And
See a giant cape come out to change the battle math just a little bit.
30 damage if it gets a hit off. But like, 30. We do know that there is a red in the deck too, so it's like potentially 50. Like 50 is a range that could happen.
Yeah.
And
the math
as
do
we
be
see,
math,
there is
and
a
I would love
on right there.
I would love to see I would love to see the retreat into Shaman.
With the red?
Scoop with the red to finish it. But that was the match. Not the match. Was that a match?
Nope. So that takes us to 1-1. 1-1 here.
Game 3. Let's go. Here we are. Chat, what's going on? While we're waiting for the matches to pop up, give us the questions. Hit us with the hard stuff. Hit us with the hard stuff while they're loading up.
And just welcome everyone. Again, I know I've said it a couple of times, but we got 25 people in here watching between both streams. So, welcome in, guys.
Love it.
Both of us do stream. Mage does some streaming on the weekends. Shiny hunting. Iron Man, is it Kazio or Kazo?
Kaizo.
I'm wrong both ways. Iron Man, Kaizo, Pokemon Red, runs, and play some Pokemon Pocket. I do Pokemon Pocket all week long. We got Discords. We run events with different formats. So if you guys are new and are looking for a new Pokemon Pocket community where we do things the same but also different, this could be for you.
Yeah. And depending on how fast today goes, you may actually see me stream tonight while I do laundry. So I have adjusted my stream to where I do Shiny Hunt. I'm looking for a Shiny Turtwig and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. But I can also play Pokemon Pocket pretty effectively at the same time. So we kind of run open viewer lobbies while I'm Shiny Hunting at the same time. So I'm not sure if it'll happen tonight. We're already getting pretty past my cutoff. But
quick question for you.
Future weekends to be that way.
Do you know when somebody emulates, can you run more than one client of the emulation at a time? It's a good question, right?
It is, but at the same time, if you're running the same account, you're gonna have conflictions.
Right. Yep. Because you got to be logged in still.
Because you can only have one active login.
Yeah. You'd need essentially a separate emulator to emulate Android to do it, to run both. I was just wondering. I was like, I wonder if it'd be possible to get how I did the Speed Pocket that one day, do it with multiple clients, 3 or 4 different games going at once. To just bounce back to this game real quick,
you can make that work.
Yeah, you probably could. We did have a very similar start this game, both Arceus up at the start, and we are seeing Claude be able to do the swap, getting the Shaman on the board. Like we said, makes it a little bit less expensive to opt to say, you know what, it's okay for us to try to get in our Dialga here. Yeah, we may get hit, but get our Dialga to do Metallic Turbo, we do a little damage, and we put some cheddar on the bench.
Yeah, we changed the math up a little bit. We also have a Rocky Helmet. Hi, Shaman. You're the grass kind. Speaking of changing up math, you're changing up a different kind of math. The grass one clearly changes the combat math, while a Sky Shaman does the energy math. Here we go.
And with the energy going onto onto Dialga in the back here too, VR is thinking the same thing. He's thinking, rather than doing 110 plus damage right now, probably my guess would be not picking up the KO. It makes more sense for me to also be ready to do Metallic Turbo.
Unless I have Sabrina in my hand, in which that case I'm going to force an issue. Do I get my 1 point and turn off the energy reduction, or do I get first crack at the Arceus?
I do think that this is an interesting dilemma. This pick right here between this, because I think that there is an argument for probably both lines. Potion going down has that cape on it.
We have the third basic for the bench. That's my question.
Yeah.
Nope. We're just going to do the flat 110. Takes you down to 30. Ain't no way we're going to attack there. Yep. That makes sense to me. I'm going to drop an energy on. But this gets real dangerous. For sure.
Drops the Dawn.
Drops the
going
Dawn
all
down.
in here. Obviously, I mean, I haven't looked at the deck list today, but like a line that I was not even thinking about. And this line would not have been on the table with the Shaman not there, because it would have been a double retreat if for any sort of reason.
Yeah.
And I think Anonymous kind of hit that on the head here on YouTube on the chat. You know, having the Shaman in there gives the approach that like you don't necessarily need to play it. You know, even if you have Leaf in there, with it only costing 1 to retreat, it's not like I have to do this or this. It does kind of leave a little bit of math on the open air. But yeah, no, I'm all for it. So we're gonna see a red get dropped here.
Blank out not only the Dialga, blank out the energy. Oh man, imagine if we can't race the Shaman, but imagine how cool it would have been if that Shaman had an energy on it right now.
I was just thinking that. I was like, oh, you know, like obviously it would have never worked because you would have never gotten the 100 damage off. But like, also, what if?
But also, what? That is
gonna be game right there.
Game in the match.
GG's, guys.
Wonderful showing from both of them. Chat, let's give it up for both of them. VR obviously moving on. Claude, you get to go to bed.
Yes, you win bedtime if that helps you out.
Well earned. Well earned.
Thank you.
No worries, man. Take it easy. Thank you so much for showing up.
Yeah, it was fun. Very really fun. I just want to add how you're gonna pronounce my name. It's Claude.
Claude.
Like Claude? No.
Like Claudette without the T on the end?
Yeah.
So like Claudette?
Yeah, Claude.
Claude.
Got it.
Yeah, without the T. Yeah.
All right. I promise I'm gonna do my best to remember. I'm also telling you will have to remind me one more time. But I promise I will try my very best. Dude, thank you so much for coming in for the tournament. You are the finalist from our original stream of followers in our tournament, and we appreciate you putting in the time. I know that the time change is pretty brutal for you, especially on a Sunday. So me and Mage, thank you so much for being here today, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. It was really fun, and I hope to be here again.
Good.
But good night, everybody, and thank you for the fun tournament. Let's see you in the future.
Later.
That's why we do this, guys. We do this because you guys are so passionate about where we're at. All right, so we can.
While you load,
we're
just
gonna
say
get
while you
into
load
the
up the next
losers
one.
match here.
I'm gonna bio. I'm gonna bio real quickly while you load in the next one. So I'll be RB.
Sounds good. Anonymous, having 2 may get you in a situation where you get to start on him and use an energy to retreat, but with the upside of not even needing to run X speed. Yeah, that is true. Earthling, Dude, yeah, cheering on. Guys, honestly, super happy with the showing. The level that we have helped or you guys have brought to the stream too, playing. Me and Mage were talking how impressed we were with how much everybody has really grown. Yeah, so just throwing that in the universe that we are very much very happy with how much better we've gotten as a whole, and that we hope that by the next time we run the next tournament, we can help progress everybody that wants to get any coaching, any learning in, to get you to that next level so that you are ready to, put some big numbers on the board for the next tournament. Top 4, baby. Let's do it. VR, GG's. Good game there. VR, I did just put a message in your guys' next set. If you're ready to go, we just need one of you to get the stream up so that we can cast it. But if you want a few minutes just to yourself before the next match, feel free to take those few minutes. Great question, Anonymous. Usually, so on a generic week of live streaming, usually we look at what happens in Ursi Day, and we pick some decks that are either doing really well or decks that just did pretty good that we'd like to just showcase. And then we play it. We teach you guys how to play it, learn ourselves how to play it. And then we do lots of stream battles. Every stream we do some stream battles. Friday is usually an event day or a full battle day. So at the very minimum, Friday will be a full day committed to the chat where we do open queues with you guys all day. And at times we do run other game types. So we'll run like Little Cup, which is when you use only a basic Pokemon that have evolutions without the evolutions, or Singletons, which we call Singles Night, and other variations. So that's usually Fridays. We also have done other things like what I call Speed Pocket, which is when I have multiple clients open and play multiple people at a time. We also do coaching sessions. So if people want to do like more of a deep dive into their gameplay, or I do battling from my side and then do some review coaching on whether people are making mistakes and how we can fix that, or look into how to fix decks. And then also on all of the new sets when they get released, we always do some sort of event, and most recently the most popular has been running King of the Hill. So we do a King of the Hill event with you guys just playing and I just cast, and then we give away a prize to whoever gets the most consecutive wins. So that kind of chalks up what we do here on the stream.
And when Donnie says we mean Donnie. This is what Donnie does. I usually during the week I hang out and chat. I'm the mod, and I stream on my channels on the weekend, and we already talked about the kind of things I stream. But when he says we, he means him. He means Donnie.
Yes, I do mean
legend.
I do mean me on that one. But I mean, without Mage and all the mods, it's not possible.
Of course, I didn't want to set the expectation that you get to see my beautiful face every day during the week. You don't. Only special occasions.
But I will say we have a segmented piece that is coming soon. No date yet. That we are working on, which is going to be kind of going into like I would say it's like a mixed bag of like light to deep level gameplay, testing out different decks. It's going to be some screwing around, but also extremely constructive segment coming. So stay tuned for that.
It's gonna be a lot of gameplay, teaching the different matchups, teaching lines of. We talk about what the ideal lines of play are, what the ideal openers are, rather than keeping that a secret between ourselves like we usually do when we're fighting. I'll talk about it openly. Like, I have the option between this and this. Donnie, what do you think should be the ideal opening? Okay, cool. Let's try it. And I'll throw it out there. And so then we get to constructively kind of play both decks at the similar time. Obviously, I'll pilot my deck, he'll pilot his, but we do get to kind of talk about it while we're actually playing for the benefit of educating you.
And a great example of that was the conversation we just had with that shaman on who should have went in. That would have been a good conversation to be like, okay, like maybe this is right, but like we kind of picture there being another way, so we'll explore that other way. And with us having control of both sides too, you know, you could be like, okay, like yeah, you put in the shaman and be like, okay, well, like I have this, you know, I have a Cyrus in hand, so I can negate that, but let's pretend I don't have Cyrus in hand. Like, play it out, really play out that line and just see what could happen. Exactly. All right, so we got Drelix and VR up here, and this, guys, is Losers Finals. So, you know, I know that our boys and girls, our peeps are in game right now battling, but, you know, round of applause for them making it this far. So, we do have the Giratina EX deck here against our Dialga Arceus. Boy, you'd think I'd get the names right after how many times we see them.
Yeah, and I mean, as we've talked about, kind of the all day today, talking about the opening, we love to see Dialga in the opening spot. We were forced to have Darkrai opening it up, but all the pieces are there. They're just not in the right order right now, and we'll see if Deldrix wants to put them in the right order.
Yeah. One more comment I'm going to read off here, and then we'll just hop into staying in this game. From Anonymous, both of you are doing a great job, in my opinion. Also, commentary, quite good. Dive into gameplay, analysis, good argumentation. Argumentation with responding to questions, etc. Anonymous, thank you for the praise. With you being new and finding us, that also means a lot to us too, you know. It's one thing to get praised by somebody that comes on every day. It's another thing for somebody to stumble upon us and think that we're doing a good job, because you know, that reaffirms that we're where we're supposed to be on a Sunday. So we do see that second energy go down on the Darkrai EX and the helmet going on the Druddigon, which is what Nathan just mentioned. We'll see if he gets into the ideal spot, and there we are.
Yeah, so now the table turns back to VR with talking about ideal openings. Here's the second energy. We've already seen a commitment of Shaman and Mew. I don't see Arceus, which that's what completes the puzzle, the perfect puzzle on the side of the Dialga player. So now we're gonna have to look at seeing what's the backup option. Is it gonna be putting this energy onto Mew, or are we gonna play Disruptor, which is exactly what happens with the cast of the Sabrina, swapping out the Druddigons. We're okay with that because, you know, it's going to be... I'm ecstatic if I'm the Dialga player because I just saved myself 20 HP with that swap.
Yeah, and I mean, though, so here's the thing. The Mew EX obviously is there for the mirror match. We know that. But let's talk about the Mew EX against Darkrai and Dialga. I don't hate it. I don't love it. Don't hate it. Mainly because, specifically right there in this situation, we now see Druddigon without a Rocky Helmet in the active spot. Mew, I mean, being able to mimic Druddigon and not take 40, only taking 20, really isn't the worst thing in the world. It's like definitely, you know, gonna potentially pick up a KO on a Druddigon that's taken some damage. But what scares the most is, you know, against Darkrai, only being able to mimic 80 damage isn't really packing too much of a punch against the Darkrai.
It's mostly because the Darkrai, mostly because it's not. It's something, but it's not a mirror because Darkrai has its wonderful ability. Mew doesn't. So it's 80 versus 100 in the vacuum of them facing off against each other. So it's the only thing I'd be excited to hit with Mew, like excited for. I'm happy with Darkrai. I'm excited if I get to take a crack at the Giratina with its own.
Yes. And to be fair, like, and even at that, it's not great because you need to almost need to suicide into it, right? You need like.
Oh, it would definitely be a bit of a kamikaze moment for the Mew, because you're just going to immediately get one-shotted right back.
Yeah, unless you've got the cape, then you could exchange. You could both kill each other in that scenario, or alternatively, you want, if Giratina does not get a cape, to come in, hit Dialga, hit anything, and then you go in and mimic it. Like it wants to do a caused reaction, not a face-to-face.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
While this is just slowly going, we do have a question here. Is there any extra steps to play the new Charizard or Lucario? You know what? That is kind of a loaded question, and maybe we'll save that in between for after the set, because that's a big one. That's a big one. But we do read your question, Adam, and we will get back to that. Sorry, I did just
back over to the side of Deldrex. No, I'm just doing a little play-by-play. Back on the side of Deldrex, it looks like we got some decisions to make. Where does this dark energy go? Does it go on to Drud because we want to retreat, or are we going to cough up the Drud, give up a point? In which case, do we put on a Darkrai and take a chip shot at Dialga? Or do we just go ahead and get ourselves set up on the Giratina? So it's really anyone's game. My pick would be this Darkrai. Just go ahead and get the chip shot damage in. I'm going to sacrifice this Drud, posing any combat maneuvers. But we already saw a Sabrina, and I don't know if there's a second one. So there is exactly what I thought was going to happen. I now have two monsters on my bench ready to go as soon as Dialga is ready to kill Drud again.
Yeah, and I mean, the Shaman is definitely, he's put in the work for sure.
Put in the work, yeah.
Keeping this Dialga on the board for free without dropping a whole bunch of potions. Well, I guess not for free, for a bench slot. But kind of like we just had talked about, you don't really... you want the Giratina to go up as almost a reaction, not as a, not as a proaction. I guess that would be the best way to say it.
Not a proactive attempt. We want to react. We want to be able to put it up after something's happened and get the advantage hit. And we're gonna get it here.
Yes, without the Rocky Helmet's a cape down on that, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, Rocky Helmet's gonna do the 20. So that was like a little built-in a mini red moment, if you will. For this Giratina player. This Giratina player can just easily just go ahead and attack into it, take the 20 damage, and move on. Actually, that's not necessarily true, because you put yourself at 150. Mew's got energy. We could be looking at the Dialga player still being able to find a way out.
Yes, it's definitely not. I mean, I haven't looked at the deck list on this one, but I mean, there definitely is still a option right here. It's a slim option, but there is an option.
Because this Mew puts an energy on it. If they got red, they'll be able to actually crack back for 150. I'm no fortune teller. I just watch a lot of games, yo. And VR scooping up. No Arceus in sight. Scooping up that first game.
Anonymous, going back to what you just said there, we have talked about running Little Cup tournaments and other types of tournaments too. For our community, all of our tournament prize pooling is it's community essentially donated. comes through either memberships on YouTube, Twitch Primes, and Twitch subscriptions. We end up committing essentially $2 of each of those from YouTube and $1 from Twitch, and it all goes into a community prize pool. And then we let the community kind of decide. I do dictate a little bit, being like, between A, B, and C, and then I let the community pick what the tournament is going to be, and then that's it. So since it's all community funded, they have a little bit more say on what type of tournaments we did run. And the big one for this one was whether it was going to be supplied, deckless, or open, like to a point where people would be able to swap. And it did seem that people wanted to have the supplied decklist for this tournament, but yeah. So follow us on Discord also, and you can definitely have a say and put in your 2 cents on what type of tournament we have next.
Adam, why is it in Spanish? Because we're worldwide. Our players are from all over the world, and they happen to be a Spanish-speaking player. They're sharing their screen with us, so we're watching. Basically, we're watching their phone.
Yeah.
And then to get back to your question about the Charizard Lucario, I can dive into a little bit of this while we get these opening sequences. It looks like Deldrix has the perfect opening. Dredagon up front, Giratina and Darkrai in the back. Same with VR. We see that Dialga sitting up front. So while we let them kind of unfold their first couple of turns, not a whole lot of action should be taking place. It's going to be a lot of putting energies down and passing the turn. Any extra steps playing the new Charizard or Lucario? Honestly, right now, what I've been seeing in tournament results and stuff like that is new Charizard EX. Not great by itself. Might be okay as a 1-1 split with the genetic Apex Charizard. But one thing that's almost guaranteed is that you upgrade your Charmander and Charmeleon to the new Charmander and Charmeleon. It provides you there's a ton of different utility that happens with that. So that would be the big one with there. And then in terms of Lucario EX, I've been having a lot of fun with Lucario EX, both in PvP and ranked and stuff like that. Doesn't take a whole lot. It's not a direct 1v, like a direct swap with the old Lucario. I think you have to build around it a little bit, just a little bit more, get a little bit more early game pressure. But as a nice energy dump, I don't have to play Hitmonlee. It's got it built in. So we'll dive probably a little bit more and get Donnie's opinion on all of that after this match while we're waiting to load up the other one. But I did want to at least, in case you had to go, get some insight before we just think that we forgot the question, or if the chat goes up high enough that we forget the question. So back to the action, Donnie. What's going on?
I'm pretty much exactly what you said and would expect. More energy going down on the backbench for Deldrix, and surprise, surprise, a Metallic Turbo onto the Arceus EX. The Pokeball was played, so maybe there was a situation where VR was thinking like, oh, this might be going in on Mew, but no, it ended up being both of them put on the bench right now. Though the one thing that is majorly different, and you can tell right now a lot from it, is that wow, is this gonna happen in time? 3, 2. Okay, well, he gets the energy off.
Lee's got the 20.
Unfortunately, definitely, you would not have done that unless you thought you were gonna get the KO. So that might be a little bit of a blunder here, but wow, yeah, I totally. The one thing different is the Shaman not being on the board. We can see that this Dialga's down to 50. So perspective, that is how much work the Dialga or the Shaman was putting in last game. Yeah, you definitely don't want to. I mean, putting up this Darkrai right now and not getting the attack off, I'm sure that was not the intended play. I can't imagine it being what you'd want.
No, I think that the player just thought the line too much, maybe clicked on a few extra things, and sadly ran out of time. These timers are not terribly forgiving in this game. And there's so many little actions to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough go.
Which you hate to see, but at the same time, didn't look like... I mean, an extra metallic turbo is pretty significant, but we'll see if it is truly that detrimental.
Well, it would have gotten the KO last time, right? But then Arceus goes.
Yeah, that's what I'm
it's-
saying. We'll see if the Mew matters.
Yeah, I'm just, even for myself, I'm thinking like, okay, if this is where I plop in, where do I go from here? And you know what? He's going to show us what, in his mind, he's opting to be his way out. He does put the cape down and gets that last psychic energy. Remember, guys, you do need to get that third psychic on Giratina, and the only way you can do that is by being a sacrifice at one turn or the other. And I think that's the kicker, right? Last turn, if that attack hadn't gone off, that's when the psychic attack energy would have went up, right? That was the difference. But we do see Arceus EX come up, third energy on it, and with just the bench alone, that is going to be able to take out our Darkrai EX.
Yep, and Giratina's going to come up. Nothing is safe for this. Nothing is safe for this Arceus in the grand scheme of things. Will be interesting if we swap out. What would happen?
You know what would be the card to play right now would be like the card that would keep this relatively not fair. Would bring potentially back in the game would be potentially a Mars. A Mars right now, I think would be like would be
Mars.
like, obviously we don't know what the hand is. I don't even actually, this deck doesn't, I believe, call for a Mars. Thinking about it.
No.
But yeah, then you could at least scoop the KO with confidence. Well, a little more confidence than looking at a hand of 5 cards.
Yeah. And I also, actually, I would have liked... I'm going to save that for after the match. I'm going to save that one for after the match. Put that one in the back.
Well, that is the end of the match right there, if you want to put it up. GG's.
Boom.
We are getting that second win here.
GR. Yeah.
And is going
Perfect.
to be moving on to the winners. So this is the winners finals, not grand finals.
This
So
is-
real quick, I'm just going to explain how winners works now.
No, we got one more match. We do? That was losers semi. We got losers final up next against Drason.
You calling me drunk?
It's Drason versus VR. And then the winner of that plays Hurston in the grand finals.
And it's because I have
We got
to
a whole other
scroll
player
over.
just hanging out. Yeah, we got to scroll deep into that. Anyway, so the card that I wished I had in that moment was a, granted the results were going to be null and void because the Mew was going to make a difference and whatnot, is Dawn. Because Deldrix had Darkrai in hand, played the Darkrai down, put the energy down, Dawn it up to the Giratina, and you actually take out the Arceus in one shot. Then you have to fight a Mew with red and lose anyways, but at least you took down the Arceus. Next up is VR and Hurston. No, Drayson. Drayson. Egg.
I don't know why it's not giving me access to this match.
Has the results been posted?
It has been, yes.
Weird.
Oh, there's a dirty little. Okay, we got it. No, that's a Donnie issue. All right, we are ready. VR.
Time for VR and Drayson.
And just a quick reminder to anybody that makes it into the top 4, I will post this in the DCC. Actually, and I'll do it right now. Please make sure to send me a message with what place you came in, and then we will disperse the prizes, obviously, at the end of the tournament.
Business is business. Sometimes happen to me when you may have the moves in your mind and you confuse the order. Don't pay attention if you're in time constraints. This reminds me of what some grandmaster said. Absolutely, oh man, this is funny. This is not funny. It's sad. I actually have streamed, and I have said the play out loud to chat, and then the next thing I do is like not the plan. So it's like I'm gonna put energy on Marshadow. I'm gonna attack, and then we're gonna win. And what do? I put the energy on Lucario. It happens. The blunders happen. Your brain is your greatest ally and your worst enemy at the same time.
Yeah. Okay. We've had a request for a 5-minute break, which is very reasonable. We've had VR playing back to back. So, Swag, thank you for the donation.
Hurston. Yeah, we should be able to give Hurston the 20. That's grand finals. We can't start without him.
Yeah, so we got a few minutes here. Let's add in. I'm just gonna keep a eye on here. Since we have a few minutes. Well, it'll just update the screen with you in a second here. Yeah, going back to Lucario. I haven't played too much Lucario. As Mage had mentioned, with the ability to kind of take Hitmonlee out of the deck. I mean, here's the reality. Whenever you can put in one card and it will replace 2, I'm all game, right? Getting the more support you can have, or more tools to get you into the mid or late game, or have an explosive early game, I think the better. I'm kind of under that perspective, and I love to hear from you guys, and Mage, you can put in input on this too, that when you build a deck, I kind of feel like you kind of get to pick. You pick that it's going to be ideally really good, and this is like made everything equal, going to be really good for either the early game, the mid game, or the late game. And chances are it's going to be medium good at one of the other ones, and then weak at the other one. So an example would be like a game that's really or a deck that's really good at early game is probably okay at mid game, and probably like if you get into late game, you're just like holding on to your seat for dear life because it's not designed to go into like a turn 25 situation. And going on, and maybe if you pick a deck that's made for the middle game, maybe that's the type of deck that might be like okay at the beginning and okay at the late. And I do think that so deck construction and utility is mostly can be probably brought into those three categories. That aside, Lucario going in, which takes out a Hitmonlee potentially. Now, granted, Hitmonlee very early, lots of pressure. Lucario is less EX going to be less early, so it will have less pressure, but it takes out the Hitmonlee. The benefit of that is potentially you get to add in something into your arsenal that's going to help you in that more mid game. But then you also do need to ask yourself a little bit is how much help does Hitmonlee do in that mid to late game? So ultimately it is like just building a different deck. It just plays different. But saying that, now you've saved a card, no Hitmonlee or one less Hitmonlee. Now you add an extra Cyrus that maybe you never had before, and boom, with that 30 damage on the bench, now you can be scooping in whatever you want. So I think that at the very least, we've not seen the end of Lucario. I think Lucario EX. I think that Lucario EX, we might be at a little bit of a stumbling point before we see something with big results with it. But I also am, with how many fighting decks have been on the board right now, it just will not surprise me at all if we wake up in a Saturday or a Sunday in a week or two and just be like, oh wow, turns out there was 60 other players that wanted to play Lucario EX and we've been wrong this whole time. So, you know, I that would not surprise me with that card. Now, if somebody was to say, oh yeah, we're gonna wake up in 2 weeks and it turns out that everybody's using Wug Trio, like I would take that bet against that. I don't think that that's gonna be the case that everyone in an Ursi Day is gonna be using Wug Trio in 2 weeks. But I would say that it's a stronger contender that Lucario EX could make an appearance. That's my thought.
For sure, no, absolutely. And I'm going to go back to the very, very, very beginning thing that you said, because I thought it was very good, is you do get to choose what are you good at. Are you good at the early game, mid game, or late game? But you don't get to choose what your medium is. You don't get to choose that. That is what your medium good at is 1,000%, infinite percent, dependent on what you have decided. So if you have decided that you want to be good at the early game, you're going to be medium good at mid game, and you are going to be terrible at late game. If you choose the mid game, you're going to be okay at the early game because you have some early game components. You're going to be outstanding at the mid game, and then you're going to be terrible at the late game as well. And then if you choose to be a late game deck, you're going to be awful at the early game because all your resources are developed for late. You're going to be okay at the middle because that's when the pieces start to come together. And then if you can successfully drag your opponents out to the late game with you, you should be taking over and taking the wins. So you are absolutely correct. You get to choose, but you don't get to choose what you're medium good at. No person can tell me that they are both good at the early game and the late game. Doesn't exist. No. That means you're bad in the middle, and that just doesn't exist.
Like there's only, and I'm not even saying it's a good argument. It's just a argument. Misty. I mean, like theoretically, anybody can have a game that's designed like for a late game that a Misty pops and something ridiculous happens on turn 1, turn 2. But that is not a consistent. Like no, and this is disregarding. I'm going to say if it's any less odds than 50-50, I think it's disregarded. Because if it's flipping one coin, fair enough, you have the same chance of it happening versus not happening. But if you're talking, it's a 25% chance I get 2 heads, 12% on 3 heads and going upwards, it's like, no, that's a pipe dream. Like, we play Misty to have that pipe dream added into the game. But, like, ultimately, no, you're not playing that hoping that it's going to have an explosive early game. And to be fair, to add on to that, Misty works for an early game composite for like an 18 trainer Articuno, but it goes back to what we're saying. Like, nobody is going late game with an Articuno deck against anything and winning.
No, absolutely not. And I come from Magic the Gathering, so we talk in Pokemon Pocket. We talk early, late, early, mid, late. In Magic the Gathering, you're either an aggro deck, your mid-range deck, or your control deck. And the one deck that is not part of the discussion because it breaks the rules is combo decks. And to me, Misty is a combo card. It's a card that breaks the rules, and so you don't really. So you have to kind of like take that out of the equation when you look at what the deck is doing. So a deck like Articuno is playing for the mid. It's playing to take you over in the mid. Whereas a Gyarados is looking to take you over late. Yes, you have that combo potential with Misty, but that does not necessarily define you as being both good at the early and late game. That just means you comboed off, and that's its own thing. Weeza, I will be. As soon as our person can do the watch stream, it'll adjust it.
It looks like we are seconds away from getting it started now. Ready for search. VR will stream. Sounds good. I see. Yeah, you know what? The problem, Weeza, is with how often we have to swap it. If I change it so that you can see Mage now, I will just instantly have to change it the second that the match starts getting streamed. So, just in case anybody is new to Double Elimination, this will be the last technical losers match. Now, after this, the winner of this match will come up and face the winner. Even though the loser gets to face the winner, if they want to take the full prize for the win, they actually have to double eliminate the person from the winning bracket. They will have to beat them once, and then it's a reset, and then whoever wins the next best of 3 wins the whole thing. So from the losers bracket, you are at a little bit of a disadvantage, but that's what makes the losers run so compelling. All right, and it looks like we are ready to go. We are ready.
I'm going to throw this out here, Donnie, for you. I have a thunderstorm rolling in. Now, historically, that has never had any issue on my internet or the connection or anything like that. That being said, we're doing an event, so something is bound to happen. So I'm just letting you know that if I disappear, that is why.
Sounds good. At least you don't have the Hawaiian winds, bro. That's all it takes here is some wind to come by and I lose it.
No, but I can hear the thunder rolling in, and I'm like, okay, cool. Historically, not an issue, but, we're running an event, so of course it's going to be an issue. Or could be an issue.
Anonymous saying, maybe Venusaur was not good in the end game brackets for various reasons, but was doing nothing unless you got to the end game. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Bulbasaur is one of my favorite Pokemon, and I can tell you this. I've played Venusaur decks. You can count it on less than one hand how many times I came on stream and played it for a full day.
Yes.
And that's mainly because I'm not willing to put myself through that.
But Anonymous, you nailed it on the head. Pikachu, ever since the dawn of time, Pikachu was the aggro deck. Decks like Venusaur, decks like Charizard were your late game control-y kind of decks. And Mewtwo was indeed the mid-range. It was the mid-game all-star. But here's my hypothetical. If Iono was out day one, Charizard would have just dominated Genetic Apex.
Yes. Especially with Genetic
all
Apex.
Day. Just all day. It would just be nothing but Charizard decks.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we've just resized this just a tad. Let me get it looking perfect. What the? That's not me doing that. Maybe it is me. All right, we got it a little sized differently just because we got a little lower quality here. It'll hopefully look a little nicer, even though it does not take up the full screen now. But yes, so we've got the Arceus Dialga versus Gallade. all roads, fortunately, led to this, and we kind of could have called that from the beginning just based on the meta game for our little tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a tale as old as time, at least in the Coliseum. We'll see if one thing I don't think we've seen today. I don't think we've seen the Gallade deck lose in that seat. So we'll see if Dialga can break the serve.
Yeah. I mean, we only saw it lose. Oh no, Oh yeah, Bugcatcher Zach was lost to Mirror Match. Well,
yeah.
Well, okay, we're getting too technical then. So we got the Metallic Turbo going off.
I was talking the matchup, not necessarily the deck. I was talking the matchup. Fair. We have seen nothing but Dialgas lose to Gallades.
That is true. Though, I mean, we had a lot more Gallade decks come into here. But saying that, we do have the Hitmonlee starting to chip away at the Arceus. The Metallic Turbo has already gone off, and the Marshadow is ready to go in there and start doing a little bit of damage. Obviously, a couple turns have gone by. We do not see the Ralts on the board yet. Always a little concerning, but every turn you can buy from here on out is going to very much help the situation for Drezen.
It's right there. There's a beautiful little Ralts next to a Marshadow.
Oh, sorry, Curlia. That's what I meant to say.
Oh, yeah. I was like, wait, we have Ralts. We don't have Corellia, but that's okay. We'll get there.
All right, so yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like you said, story as old as time. Dialga saying, "Yep, I'm okay with a Rocky Helmet hitting me, and honestly, I'm kind of okay with you hitting on my." Oh, somebody else joining here now. I'm okay with somebody else, or with it hitting our Oh, okay. Now it's just trolling me.
No, it's connection. It's the connection. So it's trying to flip between different video qualities.
Yeah, gotcha. But yeah, so there's I mean, yeah, so he's saying, okay, you can keep hitting my Arceus EX, but that's okay because now that I have Mew EX, you know, I'll get the double energies down on that. What is your thoughts so like you said, today we have very much struggled to see Arceus get past this. Is it better to have the Mew on the board or to try to get a second Arceus on the board? Obviously, you put on whatever you can, but like in a perfect bench, what would you think is the better option?
Wow.
Tough question. Yes.
That is a tough question. The answer, I think, is the Mew for the type difference. For the typing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm true. You're not gonna get their Gallade's not gonna get a 20 bonus because it's not normal. And then it's gonna take an extra 20, which is like a whole extra energy because of the Mew. So it ends up being like a kind of like a push in terms of the damage if they were to trade blows with each other. I believe it's I believe it's a push if my math is math and hard, as chat said earlier. I think it ends up being about a push, whereas a second Arceus is kind of a detriment.
Good. Yeah, well said. Especially too when Hitmonlee has been just tapping on it for the last 2 or 3 turns, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and this Marshadow is going to come up and feast. No surprises there. Does Mew get the revenge benefit? Maybe. No.
He does.
We'll find out. Well, in that case, this gets weird. If this Marshadow goes into attack and then I just put my Mew up and return serve.
I mean,
and knowing that we're on a Rocky helmet. That's smart.
It definitely does help. But yeah, I mean, if we don't see that, and this keeps getting shifted too. If we don't see the see that evolution come up pretty quick here, every turn it gets tougher and tougher. And that's really the only time we've seen the Glade deck lose games throughout the whole tournament has been when the evolution can't happen. Which makes sense, because then you don't have Glade, the big powerhouse. Anonymous
Also
with a comment like
Blastoise.
that, it sounds like you're trying to talk to Mage almost.
You're speaking my language. Every time the new set comes out, I try to make Blastoise work. I think I finally reach it with Iono. I think I finally can do it with Iono. It might be the time for Blastoise to rise up. I thought Irida was going to be able to give us that opportunity, but
no.
I think Iono is the secret. But no, it wasn't. And that being said, though, because we play a bunch of random casual formats, I do get my Blastoise fix in because Blastoise works great in all the other random formats that we play. It's just in the normal everyday standard format that Blastoise just keeps getting overshadowed by everything else. But I think we've reached the time.
Yeah, I wonder if like just thinking about it, what would be one simple thing that could fix Blastoise? Simple thing, like for example, like maybe the effect on it would only call for colorless energy, any energy.
Oh, if it just had 2 extra energy, not 2 extra water.
Yeah,
that could be interesting. I could see that happening. VR snagging up the dub as we talked about. That's why we weren't really commentating, and we switched over to Blastoise. Is without Gallade, it makes it very hard for the Gallade player to dig itself back out. So game 1 goes to VR. I almost blanked out on who our opponents were. But yeah, Blastoise.
They're all new faces for us. Yes, first match goes to VR, which, to be fair, we've been seeing VR do a lot of games today, and VR is, he's making everybody work for it.
We are certainly grinding through the losers bracket. It'll be interesting to see if that is going to be the trend, be the story for today, or is it going to just be a mirror match in the end?
But
we'll find out.
There is one thing we're not anticipating for. Goku.
And that is?
Goku is powered up so many times.
Goku's just chilling. Goku's just chilling, waiting for the battle to happen.
He's not chilling. He's in the hyperbolic time chamber right now. Getting a whole year's worth of ranked going.
Here's the thing. Okay, so hold on. Back to Blastoise for a hot second. While they're doing their opening sequence, it looks like it's a Ralts opening. Not ideal. Not ideal, but also it's nice to see Ralts. Hopefully the rest of the thing is there. And obviously we have our Dialga opening. We'd love to see it. Back to Blastoise. I don't think it's hard to put 2 extra water energy on it. I don't think that's the thing holding it back. More importantly, when it does have the 2 extra energy, it does 160, and that is a phenomenal number in this game.
Yep.
Especially now that we also have red. So I think the hard part the hard part that keeps Blastoise from doing well is the fact is assembling Blastoise. And so cards like Iono make this a lot easier. I'm not gonna lie, I think you just made Anonymous, you're now making me question everything, and I'm immediately gonna scrap all the projects I'm working on right now. And work on putting together Blastoise because I love it.
Yeah, I mean, what about we just saw an upgrade come out for Charmander and Charmeleon. Is there maybe would there be some sort of potential to? I can't remember a War Turtle. It's like 100 HP. Sounds about right.
It's 90. The same. War Turtle's 80 and Squirtle's 60, and and they attack for 20 and 40. I think the upgrade to the Charizard deck was to make Charmander and it's 10 if War Turtle was 90 HP instead of 80. That's the only difference between the new Charmander and Charmeleon and Squirtle and War Turtle.
You know, it'd be cool.
Charmeleon has 10 more HP.
What if you were to change what if War Turtle, we opted to just, whether it's 80 or 90 HP, and then it, for 2 energies, could do 20 damage or 30 damage. That sounds horrible, but for 1 damage or 1 energy, it could do withdrawal, which was a 50-50 on not being able to take any damage, like a shield.
That could be interesting. I mean, War Turtle already hits for 40 for 2 energy. Make it go back down to 1 energy for 20 and then throw on a random ability. I'm here for it. I'd be interested to try it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, just trying to think of other ways that it potentially, if we do see another set, Shiny Revelry 2.0, then, we very well could see another, it would be safe to say that this one was based off of Charizard, kind of, and Lucario. Maybe the next one is based off of Blastoise and, who knows, something else, right? I don't know.
Who knows?
So we could definitely see upgrades for genetic Apex cards altogether, right? Things that we're not really even talking about. There's a lot of Pokemon, like Dugong. When was the last time you saw somebody playing Dugong, unless it was a bot battle just the other day on Ranked? I mean, that would be such an easy Pokemon that no one even thought about playing, to be like, oh, wait a sec, now, add a Dugong, all of a sudden some sort of feature that would make that useful, or there is a good Dugong to just go with the seal from genetic Apex.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I don't know. We're gonna end stream tonight, and I'm immediately gonna start building Blastoise decks. That's my mission now. My calling in life. Back to the action though. It looks like the both players are executing their plan perfectly. Hiding Corellia back on the bench that looks like picked up a Hitmonlee, threw a Rocky Helmet on it, so we're gonna make Dialga pay for it a little bit. And otherwise, the Dialga player VR has opened up the whole bench, got the Arceus with the 2 energies, got Mew ready for it, some action, some capes are down. Truly, both players are currently executing their plans as needed, and we'll see what happens from here in the next couple of turns. This is basically where the game begins, and immediately we see that Gallade has still not hit the battlefield, so it's going to be very interesting in these next couple of turns to see what happens.
Yes, will it hit the battlefield? I mean, that is the question. There's nothing else there. There's no energy on a Marshadow. There's no backup Hitmonlee. This is a question of, is Gallade coming out virtually this turn or next turn, or not at all?
Yep.
Yeah, and like you just said, so the Mew gets those next 2 energies, and I mean, I'd be massively surprised to see anything other than Hitmonlee just attack the Arceus again just to keep it below 160.
Yep, it's gonna have to. It makes it a lot easier for the Gallade to do its job when Arceus is not at full power or full health.
I wonder, just spitballing the chaos. Maybe instead of putting the first 2 energies onto Arceus, you put those onto Mew, you swap into Mew, hope that they don't pick up any evolutions and just start stretch kicking at the on the bench. Would love to see something like that actually happen, but we'll just never see that. There's too much potential. No, because
you're talking about, well, first of all, there's just too much potential with Metallic Turbo, but you're also talking about taking a deck that is known to be able to handle the mid to late game, and turn it into an aggro deck. And 99.9% of the time, that's just not gonna work. You're talking about cheesing the system.
Well, we're talking, is it 3 energies to do an attack that requires 1, right? That's
Yeah.
just not viable.
Driller reaching Great Ball rank 4. It was difficult, not gonna lie. Yeah, it gets lonely at the top, as they say. It gets harder and harder. It's only going to be more challenging moving forward because Ultra Ball, you lose the win bonuses. So you will once you get to Ultra Ball, you lose those win streak bonuses and start losing considerable amount of points when you lose.
Yeah, I believe
Not
it's
considerable
7.
amount. You lose
Somebody
more.
mentioned.
It's 7 points.
So in reality, you're only like if you win one to losing one, you're only going up 3 points every game.
Yep.
That's at a 50% win rate.
Which a 50% win, but like that's another reason why ranked mode is not necessarily a test of skill. It's a commitment to time, because a 50-50 should net 0 if it was truly ranked.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. It's a positive. You will eventually get to. It will take you like 1,000 more games to get there, but you'll still get to where you need to go.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as you're playing a deck that is like, granted there is like that too. Like if you're playing a deck that can't handle getting 50-50, then obviously then you go down in ranks. But as long as you're playing a deck that, it maybe just depends on who gets first energy, then that's what it is. So we do see the Pokeballs going down. The Professor research also just went down for Dresden. And here is the real question we've been all waiting for. Is the Gallade EX hitting the field? And it is.
There it is.
So we did see the heavy impact go down, and it did scoop up one of the Hitmonlees. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a big hit. This is going to take Dialga right off the board, and there isn't a clean and clear answer from here. On the bright side, if there is one, the Shaman on that backbench has been doing an excellent job of keeping that Arceus very close to full HP. Unfortunately, though, there is just not also going to be enough turns to avoid a Cyrus altogether. If that is the plan.
Yeah, so Dialga goes away. Mew goes up. Oh, Arceus is going to go up. Okay, Arceus is going to go up.
Driller, Marshadow probably, I imagine we will not see him get into this game because both of our players are in winning ranges, right? 1 point and 2 points. So if Gallade goes down...
That should, if my math is correct...
That should do it.
Be 150. Dialga will be able to break serve on this. VR continuing the rampage through losers bracket. Started the morning off with a lose and go home, and VR saying I'm here for the long haul, and has made their way all the way to the grand finals from the losers bracket, and will be taking on Goku. It's such a funny thing to say.
Yep, right. We will award just a few minutes. I don't know if Goku's actually watching live. I'll hop in that chat real quick here, and we will take a look and see where he is at. Just because it is a decent little wait we've made him do. So we want to, make sure we give him a ample amount of time to get back here if he's in the middle of something.
Yeah. Well, what was the how long ago was the message? Oh, Hurston's perfect.
It's commendable to see him win against the weakness.
Yes. So we got Hurston and VR are talking to each other in the Discord. Looks like it's not going to take too long for us to get the grand finals match up. Donnie, do you want to go ahead and re-explain grand finals to our viewers?
Yes.
Just so that everyone is on the same page of what's about to happen, what could happen.
Yes, I would like to explain that. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna. I think it's about to here. Then I can kind of at least center this, make it look a little prettier. A little prettier for everybody. All right. Just a quick reminder. This is a double elimination tournament. And you know what? I should probably just type this out for the boys in here. Remember, this is double elimination. If VR wins this, there will be a second set. All right. So in double elimination, you do need to lose twice to be eliminated. So since Goku Hurston has made it this far in the winner's bracket, he actually would need to lose this set and then lose another best of 3 for VR to take the win. So VR is up here needing to do 2 wins on best of 3s to take the crown for today, whereas Hurston only needs to take 1 set to get the win on this. Open to you guys to let us know how you feel about how this has gone. Whether you guys have enjoyed the bracket versus Swiss. For me personally, I do very much enjoy double elimination, and I would like to continue doing it. But if everybody else is hating it and it's just me, then I can take a hint also.
Now, if you want to play Swiss, go play an RC Day. I like the fact that we're doing something different from everyone else.
That was my thought. We're playing our own way.
And we're only going to fine tune it and make it better. So, thanks for everyone for paying attention thanks everyone for their patience and paying attention to streams and whatnot. Appreciate you all. Getting things set up here. But yeah, Hurston Goku. Goku's the in-game name. Has earned from having a fabulous weekend. Has earned the right to only have to play one. Technically, only have to play 1 match to win. Or one best of 3. It's up to VR to break serve again, and again we're going into the Dialga versus Gallade. VR has a recipe to do it. It's a matter of can it come together? Because we just watched VR take out a Gallade player, and they're about to take out potentially take out another.
To take on another one at the very minimum. Anonymous says It is usually a one-sided game with a 1/3 split for Arceus players against Gallade. You know what? Based on the tournament, sounds like about right.
Yep. I believe that. Drix, welcome back in. Oh, Snap made it for the Grands. Yes, you're in the Grand Final, or we've reached it. 18 Trainers Giratina deck carried me. I'm playing 17 Trainers Giratina right now. I'm playing a 1 copy of Mewtwo EX. It's been actually kind of nice. It's the same argument as why it's kind of along the same lines as Darkrai Giratina, being able to build 2 monsters, and the Mewtwo just has a really nice 150. That's a really nice number in the game, especially when you have the red. Sorry, I'm watching our community talk to each other and passing along all the good lucks and all the things.
Okay.
So
I'm monitoring the chat for the boys getting together, just making sure it's going. So you keep chatting.
Oh, I'm getting distracted, is what I'm saying. I'm watching our community, our final, our top 4 are all talking right now of hey, GG, this was fun. Thanks. I was expecting this. Good luck. Have fun. It's all just happening in the Discord right now, and it's really sweet and sentimental, and I love it. This is why you all are awesome. But that being said, if chat's got more questions for us, I'll field them while we get things put together. And just as I say that, here we are, game 1. This community is great. I agree, Murdoch. Here we are, game 1 of the grand finals.
Yes. Good luck, both of our players. It has been a long road for both of them.
Nye with a great question. How am I liking Clodsire? I really hate Arceus.
Well said.
But that said, if these Gallade decks keep coming in and pushing around the Dialga Arceus scene, and we start seeing smaller and smaller Arceus decks floating around, I kind of like the position Clodsire has at being able to be that just super aggressive. Like, let's do 120. Like, let's do 120 on turn 2. Like, let's go. But right now, I hate Arceus. So Clodsire has been very sad to play lately.
Yeah, I mean, we could obviously have some good fun with it if we did like a closed list, or like, okay, I'm not gonna play Arceus, but it's not worth it to even attempt to do it with PvP or ranked. Definitely not in ranked.
However, my only Mons deck looking pretty good right now. Dark type has got a lot of cool tools in it.
So right now, we are looking at a situation where VR definitely does not have what he wants. Goku has everything he wants. The hyperbolic time chambers definitely paid off here. If there's a bright side, at least there's nothing on the bench that's going to get sniped by the Hitmonlee. But that's a very, very minor bright side. When you are in this situation, you do, it's so unfortunate with the typing disadvantage, but that's why it's here too. But in this situation, you kind of just have to opt to be like, you know what? Maybe I just powerhouse this. Maybe I don't even need to have something on the bench to kill you.
I don't.
If I can go through this, maybe if I can get the cape up, kill your Hitmonlee, your Marshadow comes up, I sweep it too, like, and then start building the bench from there. I mean, there's definitely an ability for some magic to happen, but it's an uphill battle. It's for sure uphill battle.
Yep, and what we have learned is that these Dialga Arceus players do not commit anything to the board until they have to. So it's not until right now will you start seeing, if there is anything to commit, you will start seeing them play to the bench now. And we see a Sabrina, we're going to basically take off the Rocky helmet, which is fine. And as expected, we're starting to see the bench coming together.
Yep, I think that
it's just enough to take care of the Hitmonlee.
And not taking
Shaman's
that 20
very
from the Rocky
smart.
helmet also would help, just because the Kirlia could just come up and do the 20 difference and get the kill. So saving that 20 right now is really good. Unfortunately, for everybody, I mean, not unfortunate, but we get a glimpse into the future, and we do see the Glade EX hit the field.
It does, and I'm not wondering. No, it's because that takes you to 10. Man, no sense in putting Glade in danger. Marshadow's fine.
Yeah.
Driller, only Mons, raised eyebrow. Yes, first of all, I'm excellent at branding. It's what I do professionally. Second of all, it just means that your deck is comprised of 20 Pokemon. There's no trainers whatsoever. We've been playing it on my stream as a community, and it's a lot of fun when you don't have to worry about Red or Cyrus or Sabrina or Misty and you're just basically a little kid. Here's all my Pokemon. I'm ready to fight. And that's been a lot of fun. But yeah, no, I call it only Mons because of the site.
I picture the best deck just being like Articuno EX, and then every other Pokemon just being a stage 1 or stage 2, and it's just like Blizzard turn 3, guaranteed.
But but what happens when you play against the person who the Pikachu EX deck, and they open up with a Pikachu EX, and now you're looking down a Pikachu EX and a full bench.
Yeah, but you could say the same thing about Hitmonchan. Well, okay, maybe not Hitmonchan. That's not strong enough. But yeah, I get what you mean. What like?
So
Okay, just Farfetch'd. 19 base. No, that wouldn't be enough damage and not enough HP.
no, and you're also looking at you're also thinking about trying to make an 18 trainer deck where there's no other
support.
trainers. It's only Pokemon. So you have to also draw the Articuno EX to start things off.
Well, no, I was saying if you did Articuno EX as your only basic, all the rest were stage 1, stage 2. You'd auto start with it.
Oh, that's fair. That's so cheesy.
Yeah. Maybe you do that with a Kangaskhan, then you just full flip the coins for the win.
That's such a cheese. Such a cheese mode. Why do you got to make 18 trainer a thing?
Yeah, dude, I've been against 18 trainers since the beginning. But
it was a meme. It was a meme deck that has quickly gotten real.
Yeah. So okay, we're not even fully casting here, and it is chaotic. We have seen the Glade happen as quickly as possible. To try to defend against this, we have a Dialga that has just been up tanking, 0 energy on it. So this is only going to do 70 damage if it attacks. And honestly, with the ability to heal, that's, with the Shaman in the back, this might be the play to attempt to do, okay, let's try to get as many Rocky helmets compiled up as we can and just see how many turns we can just hold out while hopefully being able to take out the Glade. And I'm honestly very interested to see if there is something on the board here that maybe we've been missing. My instincts say no, but I mean, I'd love to see it. Okay, so the Arceus comes in right with a leaf right now. And it seems like this is it's feeling like it's a now or never situation. 2 points each side. The leaf has gone down. So there is no ability to play any more support cards. Ultimate Force is going to do 130, taking us down to 20 HP on the Glade. And with the Cyrus, the Dialga comes back in. And that is going to be... Oh, it's not... Sorry, that's not even going to be the game yet. It's not even going to be the game yet. And as Mage had mentioned, he is having some power issues. Big storm going on right now. But we will see the swap happen here. Putting Hitmonlee on to start tapping on the Arceus. Maybe that's also going to be potentially for a Sabrina play to come too. Both of these players only need 1 point, and it is quite an interesting spot that we've worked our way into on this game. Yeah, even that one, does change the math a wee bit, just a wee bit. And we do see the Cyrus come out and pull in that Arceus. VR taking that very, very deep into this game. It's a good showing, seeing both of these players pull to 2 points here. Unfortunately for VR, Goku is going to take that. All right, so we are looking at 1 point for Goku, 1-0. 1 for Goku, 0 for VR right now. This is a best of 3, as we said, and we'll see where it goes from here. That was definitely an interesting place, trying to just claw your way back into the game there.
All right, you lost my camera, but at least I'm back with audio.
No, that's all good. At least you're back at all.
And you know how you said about the Hawaiian winds? I have a thunderstorm warning right now with wind gusts up to 85 miles an hour.
Whew.
So the Hawaiian winds have come pay to visit to me.
No, they went the opposite direction. They've made it a very long way.
So yeah. But we're back. What happened?
Yeah, it was close. A second Glade EX ended up hitting the field, and then Osiris ended up coming in and scooping up the Arceus, giving Goku the win.
Oh.
So this next game we are seeing just get started here. First energy is going to Goku on the Aralts, and a very interesting start, just to the point of neither of them likely would have chosen this opening if they could have. Maybe a little bit better for VR, but not by a lot. Maybe just a little.
Yeah, maybe just a little. Yeah.
I mean, it's a middle open, right? So best open would be with Dialga. Middle open would be with either the Shaman or the Mew EX, and then the worst open being with Arceus. But I mean, I guess if there was to be a game where you get the Arceus as an open, it's a lot better to play the Arceus as an open if you're looking at a Ralts. But obviously, in any scenario, you'd rather just not be that. Especially Curly getting on the field right here and the second energy right now. I mean, it's looking like this could ramp up very, very quickly.
Yes, indeed.
And VR right here with the energy it's going to be a interesting situation, right? Where you're always wondering, like, okay, what do they have in their hand? Expectations versus reality. And rather than saying, you know what, I'm going to go for a Metallic Turbo, I'm going to play more aggressive. I'm going to assume that a Glade EX is going to hit the field, and it would be a good assumption, and then hope to just overpower it. That Mars, unfortunately, though, that definitely is a tough pill to swallow, losing 3 cards or going down to 3 cards when you have a full hand like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Truly hate to see that coming out of the hand, but
you're able to see the stream or the Discord
stream? Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. My camera's just not it's not pulling my camera feed, so
the bandwidth.
It's like, oh, whatever, but everything else is up and running.
All right, so we do get the leaf going down here, and the third energy up, and the cape going down. Now, this was a conversation we kind of had earlier. Playing that Sky Shaman. Obviously, we don't see Sky Shaman here in the finals today, but Anonymous was kind of saying, when you do have that Sky Shaman, it is the difference between have to and get to play a leaf. It's enough that it could change the math quite a bit on whether you have to play that Mew, and maybe there would have been another card that would have helped out. But Goku taking 2 points there. This Gallade is only at 40 HP left, so it doesn't have a lot of gas left in the tank either.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's no energy on the other side. So the Gallade is going to be able to take a quick break, and if you do your math, something like a Cyrus being able to pull that Mew up, you don't need any energy attached to Mew to be able to still do 70. Because Gallade's basic is that.
And that's exactly it right there. And we get the concede. GG's. Goku, well done. Well done to both of our players. Great showing today.
Oh, heck yeah.
And honestly, to all of our competitors, great games. A quick reminder, and I've said it in the chat, but once you are done your games, please send me a DM with your in-game name. And that is going to be it. Great showing, guys. As a whole, Glade hates me in ranked. Goal. You know what? It seems like Glade doesn't hate you. It seems like Glade is just hating on everybody. Glade is just, it's here and it's going nowhere. If you know what, you got a Pokemon that is doing really, really well against Pokemon that require a lot of energy. So that's where we're at, right? You got a lot of energy on the board. Pokemon, if you can get it out, that can really take advantage of that. It's a good thing. So, yeah, GGs. There we go. See, we got some good GGs going back and forth between our players. Also, love to see it.
Mm-hmm. You really do love to see it, and if we're talking the tournament, hats off to Hurston. Did not lose, went right through the winners bracket 7-0 with that Gallade deck, but at the same time, VR started today off in the losers bracket and had to play nothing but lose or go to bed, or win or go to bed. Lose or go to bed. That sounds terrible. But win or go to bed. And did that all the way until they met with Goku. And, hats off to not just those two, but our entire top 8 today. We went to game 3 almost every single time. We saw so many good games, so many good matches today and this weekend. So hats off to everyone for a job well done.
Yes. And if anybody has any questions, obviously feel free to drop them in the Discord. If they're a more personal question, feel free to just, DM it to me. Thank you, everybody, for your participation, whether it is here to hang out or as being a player in the tournament. Like we said, there will be more tournaments in the future, and we do a lot of live streaming. So catch me live Monday to Saturday under normal circumstances, and we can keep you in the loop. Check us out on Discord, and any of our shorts, long form content, all that stuff. You can find Mage on PKMN MAGE, Pokemon Mage, on pretty much any social you want. He unless his internet does completely die, there is a chance he might be on later today to do a stream. Might not be. I don't know how well the internet is just holding up in general on that front. But yeah, that is going to take us to the end of our day. Mage, do you have any closing remarks you'd like to make?
Catch me on the weekends streaming, and otherwise, look for. I think Gallade's here to stay. Frankly, I think a lot of the big decks that players are going to want to play are high energy decks, and Gallade just kind of feeds off of that. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we saw Alakazam try to take a typing advantage out of this equation. But that's just me speculating, being a wild old guy on the internet.
Which Alakazam do you think it would be?
The OG. The OG. Apex. I do really like the new one. Though. I just don't like 80 HP on a stage 2 or whatever, or it's 130 HP on a stage 2.
80 damage, yeah.
80 damage. I don't like those numbers, but the secondary effect of that Alakazam kind of unique. So
what's it do again?
But other than that, no. This was the other Exeggutor. might also see a play. That could be kind of fun. But good luck to everyone making their way through the ranked mode. Don't stress yourself out too hard. Remember, it is just a giant hamster wheel. You know, if you stop playing it, the wheel stops, and then you can get off and feel better about yourself. So if you're getting tired or getting frustrated, just remember you're in a wheel.
And if you get tired of playing it, you can always hop on stream and just watch me be in the wheel instead.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, that is going to take us to the end of the day. Thank you again, everyone. Stay safe, and we will be live again tomorrow. Stay tuned for the schedule to be posted on Discord tonight for what this week will look like. All right, everyone. Stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow.